Yes.
You do know that Clay's going to be out at 10:30,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
so we're going to lose a quorum.
Was that today this time? No, that was the
No,
next
not today.
meeting.
Okay.
It's the November meeting, right?
No, it's later this month.
Oh, okay.
So we're okay with this?
We're okay.
Oh, because it's
Yeah.
a regular holiday.
It's a regular,
Yeah. Okay, I don't plan on going nowhere, so.
Okay. Ready, Joe? Okay, I'd like to convene the regular tribal council meeting of Wednesday, October 14th. I have 10:04 a.m. Roll call?
John Gentry?
Here?
Sorry. Roberta Frost, here. Brandy Hatcher?
Here.
Clay Dumont?
Here.
Rose Treetop? Willa Palace?
Here.
Ellsworth Lang?
Here.
Jeannie McNair?
Here.
Gail Hatcher?
Here.
Jesse Hikokta. Okay, Jesse had sent an email, she will not be here. Those members that are on the phone, this is a regular meeting. So, will not be able to vote or count towards a quorum.
Yes, and we appreciate your communication, though. You know, that's helpful if we come to a decision. So we have a quorum. Brandy, would you open with an invocation this morning? Thank you.
Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask that you bless each and every one of us here and the families that we represent. We also ask for your wisdom and guidance for the business at hand. We just give you all the praise, love, honor, and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, first up is the agenda. Are there any needed edits or corrections, changes? I'm not aware of it. Yes, Member Palace?
I need to add Census 2020 under the member at-large report.
Okay. So we'll add that.
A couple of quick things about that.
Okay. And Member Dumont wants to talk about NAGPRA issues?
Yeah.
Okay.
This
any
is
other-
Gail.
Yes, Gail?
I'm not sure if I can add this, but I'd like to be able to discuss the appointment for the Klamath River Fish Commission.
Oh, yeah, we can add that on there.
So do we have anything back from staff though?
Yeah, we could talk about it when we get there, but I haven't heard anything back from staff, but we can actually check, maybe during a break. I can give a call up there and see if there's been further discussion on that at the staff level. So we can be prepared. So I'll do that, sometime during a break, probably lunch. Any other matters? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with those additional agenda items added. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Member Hatcher, okay. Member Palace, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed, the same. Okay, 0 opposed. Abstentions? With my abstention, motion carries.
501.
So, General Manager Lopez, I guess you're first up with your monthly report. I know that's been provided to us, I think Monday, and we have copies here. So thank you.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Thank you for allowing me to present my monthly report. It's kind of a misnomer, I think, because it's 9 months since I had my last report, which seems pretty amazing. The time flew by really fast. My report is rather short. It's only about 5 pages, so if you want me to write more, I can, but I think shorter the better. Essentially, Chairman, what I did in this report is really put in some information here just for almost historical documentation of what happened since it's 2020, and we have 2 emergency declarations by the Klamath tribes. Under the COVID-19 heading on page 1, just want to acknowledge the work that took place. I think a lot of folks may not realize that we never completely shut down. We had some very committed staff willing to come in during the time of the unknown, I would say, really not knowing what this was and how it got through the community and whatnot. So with that, I want to acknowledge both tribal leadership. I think that everybody really stepped up. I think we all did the best that we could. Rather stressful time for me in particular, just personally and professionally, just trying to figure out the best thing to do and how to provide the best service to tribal members and to tribal leadership. But I also want to highlight the finance department in regards to they continued to come into the building. They never stopped coming into the building, which to me needs to be acknowledged and recognized. And they allowed for the essential services to take place, such as TANF payments, such as general assistance payments. The one that I'm most concerned about is employee paycheck payments, which continued. Also, a lot of the child support payments continued. So I think that's really a good indication of the commitment of the staff. With that, though, it also concerns me in regards to the lack of ability to do that remotely. So we are taking that very seriously, and Leanne, our CFO, also takes it very seriously, and is, between her free time, she's working on developing a paperless process. Later on in my report, I do talk about the fact that we had been talking about a paperless process prior to the shutdown, prior to even knowing the word COVID. Last year and the months behind us, never could identify the funding, really couldn't identify the energy for the staff to do it. Anyway, it's hard to change. So if there's a silver lining to this COVID emergency, it was the fact that it really highlighted the need to go paperless. Now there's no question about why do we have to do it, what's the point. So we did hire, and Chairman, thank you for signing the contract with the company that is going to start working here very soon, because we want to get it done before December 30th. They're going to be meeting with each of the department directors, and I'm assuming they'll be meeting with the tribal council as well, to try to understand the paper processes that we currently have and how they're going to be able to convert those over into the paperless process. So that would be, obviously I'm not an IT expert, but from the perspective of someone that's not an expert in that field, what I understand will happen is that the processes that we currently do with paper will be done through electronic submissions, which will automatically track the next person that signs or doesn't sign for approvals. So it'll be an automated process that will take into consideration the entire administration and all the work that we do in regards to approving, disapproving, paperwork. So it's going to be quite a feat. And so the first department, I believe, that's going to be kind of the guinea pig, I believe it's going to be members' benefits, and then it's going to go right on down the line. They're going to be doing this really quick. So I am going to be having a directors meeting tomorrow, Chairman, and council is always invited to attend those meetings. And I do intend to bring that subject matter up and make sure that directors realize we're doing this. It's not unfortunately, this is one of the issues that it's not an option. It's something that directors are going to have to step up and cooperate and be as helpful as possible in making sure that we can go paperless. So with that said, also just wanted to continue on with the report, Chairman, unless people have questions, I'd be happy to stop. And on the second page, also wanted to acknowledge the tribal leadership and how you all stayed connected with our federal partners, state partners, local public health partners, just trying to figure out what was up and what was down during this time of the shutdown with COVID and learning what it is. And I do provide a list of most of the Zoom meetings that at least I attended, and I know, Chairman, you were on many of those calls or Zoom meetings, both from the governor, that we were having those, once, twice a week, the BIA, twice a week, FEMA, IHS, I mean, on down the line, Oregon Health Authority, I was zoomed out. I mean, before this, I'd, maybe done a couple Zoom meetings, but my God. And I know, Chairman, you were at most of those as well, so I think it's really important that, showing that commitment and being able to really learn as quickly as we can. Other council members were there as well. I know that one of the ones that I enjoyed the most was the Harvard University held a roundtable on the CARES funding and how kind of providing some guidance and ideas. So there was a lot of education happening. There was a lot of trying to learn what the CARES Act meant. To me, that's kind of a blessing and a curse all at the same time. As you know, the Klamath Tribes received about $34 million. We were one of the top 10 tribes to receive funding across the nation, which is amazing to me. And there's a lot of factors behind that. Unfortunately, as you know, the guidance from the Treasury was a moving target. And so what we being, or management team here with the administrative officer, CFO, contracts officer, and our planning director, is we would try to document what we were doing at the time we were doing it with the guidance that was in place. So that if we get questioned about, why'd you do this then, we can pull up, this is the guidance that was in place at that point. We had no further guidance. So we made the best decision based on the information that we had. Not that we're going to be questioned about it, but just in case we are, that was kind of the theory behind what we were doing with the CARES money. As you know, and this is specifically for the other general managers and the other entities, Leanne has been submitting quarterly reports to the U.S. Treasury. Yesterday, I finally certified and submitted the quarterly report that was due yesterday. And at this point, we have not submitted funding requests and/or expenditures for any other entity except the administration. We get one more chance. So it's critical that we get this information immediately. We can upload the information today. We don't have to wait till the week of the due date of the report. So I know I've been working with Secretary to try to get that information. What has been expended? What do they want to expend? What are they, what are the ideas that they have? But if we don't get it in this next report, that'll probably be due early January. We're thinking January 13th, around there, because it's a little hard to tell what they mean. They say 10 days after the end of the quarter, but they don't say whether it's 10 business days specifically or just 10 days. So, but we're assuming that it's going to be just 10 days, the shorter timeline. So Leanne would like to be able to put that information in today if possible. Any information we have, because it is a really cumbersome system. Just my little brain to figure out how to certify and submit it took me a couple hours. I actually had to call the helpline to get that done. By the time we learn it, it'll be gone. But anyway, it's just really important that we get that information, Chairman, so I can't emphasize that enough. We have one more chance. And then finally, or not finally, but then since it's 2020, we had a second tribal emergency declaration with the 242 fire. Hopefully that'll be the end of emergency declarations coming from the tribal council or anything else that's happening here. But the 242 fire, I think, really brought out a lot of stress. I know that most of, if not all the council members were literally up all night when that fire first started. I really appreciate the work from Ellsworth. I mean, he was on there with the hotel, some amazing work. I think people need to realize that it was for the community and it was not really easy. I know that every council member was up all night, and including myself. I did sneak away for a couple hours, but I think most of us were pretty much up all night. Kathy and tribal leadership and behavioral health and the clinic, and everybody was just doing what they could. Want to acknowledge also Zach Jackson, our emergency manager. As you know, he came into that position, not breaching any confidentiality, but he did come into that position as a trainee. And we sent him to trainings and did this and that and the other thing. But boy, he really got a training now. So I think he's from experience at this point becoming probably one of the top emergency managers I've seen in a long time, and it's unfortunate it's from direct experience. But I really appreciate the work that he does and the attention that he gives to the details of what needs to happen and what may happen, and really making himself available at all hours of the day and night. So that's been really, really nice to see a young tribal member step up and really become a professional in regards to that. My concern is that we need to make sure no one recruits him away from us, so we need to keep an eye on that. And that's not just jokingly, I mean, I'm serious, because other tribes are looking for emergency managers right now as well. Zach, I hope they didn't hear that. You know, one thing that did come out of both of these emergencies, and we're not done, obviously, with the COVID. I'm not even sure we're done with the 242 fire, per se, is an after-action meeting and report. I've not been made aware that that has taken place over at Health. It has definitely not taken place here at Administration. So I am going to be asking, Chairman, at least for the administration side of it, is that we, being Zach and the team and whoever we designate needs to be there, I think all directors should be part of this, is an after-action report. I think we did a good job. We obviously could have done much better. Like I put in here, we were not perfect, but we learned many lessons. Part of those lessons that I think we need to take into consideration on how we're going to become better is communication, is assignment of specific tasks. Who's the spokesperson for the tribe during those emergencies? Because we were kind of scrambling. I mean, anyway, the communication, the approval process, access to shelter, access to financial resources. Those are just some items that came to the top of my head, but there's a slew of other items that we can learn from, and we need to really do the after-action meetings and reports and more tabletop exercises and really start taking this more serious than we did prior to these emergencies. We've had our emergency team here at admin for a few years now, at least 4 years. And we need to make sure that folks that are part of those committees are there and being properly trained, doing tabletop trainings through the lessons that we've learned. So if anything came out of this, I think it's highlighting the need to do just that.
Yes, Member Palace?
I certainly agree with everything that Mr. Lopez is saying, but I would like to make a recommendation. We are 1.5 years away from the next tribal council elections, and I would recommend that with the next tribal council orientation, that emergency management be one of the first departments they meet with and really go over the emergency operations plan. That way council is well aware of what the process is for both admin and tribal health, and that way that we can be more familiar. And I don't know that we've ever, as a tribe, ever actually declared a state of emergency. So this has been a learning process for everybody, especially council. But that would be my recommendation. So that way any incoming council members would know exactly what happens if we were to face another emergency.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, that's absolutely. And that 1.5 years, time goes by fast too. That'll be right upon us here real quick. So anyway, that's something that I'll be asking Kathy and Zach to start putting together, are the after-action reports, at least for administration. And I will consult with HGM, the general manager at Health, and see if we can't be invited or be part of their after-action reports as well. I think it's critical. I know that COVID's not over, but I think we need to really start documenting what we learned and making sure that we're doing better for the next round. Hopefully, it'll never happen, but better prepare. So those are the emergency declarations that happened here, Chairman, and so I just wanted to acknowledge the work that was done and the effort and the energy that went into trying to serve as many tribal members in the time of need. So, and I mean, everybody stepped up. I'll never forget Willa helping us go shopping, or we helped her go shopping so that we could feed she could feed the firefighters. And then we come to the community center and there's folks there, I mean, want to make cookies. They want to do something. Everybody wanted to help. So the firefighters got a warm meal, which was awesome. The community got some food. The hotel really stepped up with the shelter. Unfortunately, as you know, we do have a tribal member that lost her house. Happy to report that she's in tribal housing now. She's safe, she's secure, she's warm. So, and they did sign up for FEMA, so they're registered with FEMA, and so hopefully she'll be able to rebuild in the near future here. So anyway, that was really heartbreaking, but really impressive with not only the tribe's circle of care that went around her, but her own family was just amazing. I mean, there was so many people trying to help her that I think I'll give you an example. I asked her if she wanted a food delivery. She says she's got so much darn food, she doesn't know what to do with it. So she doesn't want food delivery. So to me, that was kind of a chuckle, but really enjoyed getting to know her and getting to speak with her. So anyway, that's the emergency declarations. I'll skip on to another subject matter unless there's questions, Chairman.
No questions, but I know we've tried to do our best to, even in this busy time, to thank you and staff for all the hard work that you've done to help us get through the COVID and the fire, and just even maintaining the services that to our members that we've been able to do. It's a pretty significant accomplishment, and all of our general managers and really appreciate the council members for their commitment to see us through these matters, and just testimony to the dedication and the heart our staff and our council has for our people. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you on behalf of the council for everything that you've done as our general manager here at administration. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that sentiment, Chairman, very much. Thank you. So a couple of other items that I'll just touch on quickly because I don't want to take too much time. I know that we have guests, I think, coming in at about 11 a.m. What I will be presenting back to the tribal council during my next working session, which I believe is this Friday, is a recommendation for an organizational, I don't want to say major, just an organizational restructuring for administration. Just trying to align some departments a little better. Prior to the shutdown, you may recall that tribal council had suggested, and I thought it was a very good recommendation, that we do some reorganization so I don't have 17, 18 people directly under me. Also, some of the departments make more sense to be placed in different positions within the organization. So Laurel helped us and helped me develop a recommendation. So I'll be bringing that back this Friday, Chairman. And since our last meeting, I've been working with each of the directors. I mean, I don't want to surprise them, and it's just making sure that we don't have budget complications, that we don't create other problems, trying to fix something, that we break something. So I think at this point, we're pretty clear that this is going to be a good organizational change, and hopefully we will be able to bring that back to council and get the approval of the council after we have the discussion. So just wanted to let folks know that that's something that I've been working on along with Laurel and staff, and I have one more meeting with the manager on Monday, to review the changes that are taking place in that department. And I've spoken with her informally, and there's no issues there. Just want to make sure that we don't create other problems. Also,
Can I ask a
Yes,
question?
Member
sure.
Yeah, so will these be beyond the changes that we've already talked about, or is this just more details?
No, it's not beyond the changes we've already talked about, but during those recommendations from the council, I needed to go back and look specifically at budgets. I'll give you an example. So we have one department that had a kind of a cost-sharing system going with the budget. If we move that budget out, we need to figure out where that cost sharing is going to come from. The good news on that department is that they're receiving an additional grant, and that cost matching is not going to be an issue, which I needed to make certain of that. So just kind of the details, is the devil's in the details on what happens with the budgets, what happens with the space. That's still kind of an issue. You know, where are people going to sit? Are we moving people? You know, if they're going to be supervised by another director, does it make sense that they sit in another department? So those kinds of details is what I want to bring back to council. I think everything's been worked out, and I'm still dotting the i's and crossing the t's until this Friday. But I think all the details have been worked out, and we should be good to go. But just wanted to have some discussion with council to make you aware of the potential pitfalls that might come along the way.
Okay, thank you.
Then I'll skip on the employee benefits. Well, the employee benefits committee, being chaired by Dr. O'Larrabee, I think is going to be an interesting year this year when we do enrollment. It's all going to be either virtual or through the telephone. We're not going to have our usual everybody come to the auditorium and answer anybody's questions. The Mahoney Group, which is our insurance broker at this point, after being with Pacific Ag for 3 years, we did an RFP during the shutdown. Really appreciate the tribal council members that participated in the review and staff that participated in the review of those RFPs. We did land on the Mahoney Group as our new insurance broker. And so far, but time will tell, they seem to be pretty responsive and informative and subject matter experts. So really enjoying, I've never worked with the Mahoney Group before, but really enjoying working with them at this point. But they're bringing new technology to the table. that's both going to potentially help us, the theory is going to streamline some of the processes. It's going to be paperless, it's going to be virtual, it's going to be via telephone. So we'll see how that enrollment goes. I hope it goes well. I'm sure it will, but we do need to get that done very soon, and definitely no later than the beginning of December. So Laurel and Charlene and staff and Leanne and all the staff that are working on that committee are working very hard right now to get those details. Once again, it's the details that's kind of bogging us down a little bit, but that work is moving forward. And just want to thank Laurel for her expertise on that benefits committee. I really rely on her quite a bit because sometimes the language is even new to me. And so she's able to educate me along the process, so really appreciate her. Another matter that I wanted to bring to your attention, I know that we've talked about this, but we have contracted or we've posted and published an RFP for a grant writer. Debbie Carlson closed her contract due to personal reasons, so she's no longer a grant writer. And we have 5 or 6 responses, what we call responsible responses. I think they're good responses to the RFP. I wanted to thank Councilmember Pallas and Hukakta for volunteering to review those. We are going to be meeting, I think, later on this week or next week to score, get the final scores. I've reviewed them as well, and some other staff have reviewed the proposals. My interest is in getting that going quick because the grant cycle timeline is quick ticking. So we need to get those on board and get ready for the CTAS with the Department of Justice. We need to get ready for the housing grants. There's grants coming in pretty quick here. So as soon as they're posted, we get a limited number of days. So we need to have our team together. And with that said, also would like to talk to you a little bit about the fact that we have the Public Safety Committee, of which Councilmember Pallas is, I consider her the chair of it, I suppose. But it's been a committee that's really been working very hard in regards to the potential development and establishment of a public safety department here at the Klamath Tribes, which would include law enforcement, potentially emergency management, and may include other services that would be provided through behavioral health and our social services and our court. So it's really it's not just a department, but it's really, I think, an idea that needs to be developed that's going to be coordinating services to tribal members. Yeah, it will include law enforcement, but it's also going to include behavioral health. It is also going to include social services and child welfare and the tribal court and any other services we can bring to the table to make sure that we're able to prevent the need for law enforcement. So really been enjoying working with Councilmember Pallas and the CRITAC Center, providing us technical assistance. They've been great. And we did have a meeting recently with our behavioral health department, and they're all on board, ready to go. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but I think it's going to be pretty satisfying. I'm still hoping this gets done before the year and a half comes up so that we need to name the safety department after Councilmember Pallas somehow. With that, Chairman, I've talked about the paperless project here. I do have a brief update from our IT manager. He unfortunately is not able to be here today, but he did provide me a written update on the projects for IT through the CARES money, so I'll be providing that a little bit later. But I do want to highlight the last part here on the Department of Human Services. Ms. Johnson, Marita Johnson, is the interim district manager for the Department of Human Services here in Klamath County. And she's been really a breath of fresh air, and I was really excited to be able to finally have her come and meet you. She's been in that position now for quite a bit of time, at least months. But during the shutdown, obviously, we weren't allowing folks to come and talk to us face to face. But she is scheduled to be here today. And just wanted to highlight the work that's been taking place with DHS, even during the COVID pandemic, is if you remember, we held what I call the mini ICWA conference here in Klamath County in December of last year, I think it was, or November of last year. And Greg Chandler, who's the SNAP manager, the food stamp program manager, and other programs he manages here in Klamath County, shared with us the idea of hiring a family coach, just as an example of partnership. And so now they have hired a family coach that works specifically with Klamath children and families. So it's specific to the Klamath Tribes. And the theory is that we're going to get those screened calls instead of waiting, I say this over and over, waiting for 15 calls before DHS goes out and pulls a child from the home, is after the first or second call, let's get the family coach involved. Let's get the support to that family, because we know that's the higher risk families. So I think the gentleman will be here today. Hopefully you get a chance to meet him. He has already been working with Lisa and the social services department here. So it's been real refreshing to get that support from Mr. Chandler and from Ms. Johnson, and that she has some other ideas that I'll briefly bring them up, and I'm sure that she can expand on the ideas. She's sharing with me that she would like to hire a foster family certifier for the Klamath Tribes. So it would be somebody dedicated specifically for the Klamath Tribes to help recruit, train, and certify native foster families. Dearly, and it's a dire need. At this point, we don't have foster families that are Klamath tribal families, and we need that in order to have better outcomes. So that's really exciting, and she's working on that, and I'm behind the scenes giving pressure to Director Paksharesh, making sure that it does get done, but I'm sure it will. So that's one idea that she's developing. Another one is a parent coach. So we have the kind of the family coach. She wants to do a parent coach, so those same families that are at higher risk would receive assistance as a parent coach. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but that's another idea that she has shared with me, and is something that we would like to make sure does happen. And I've updated the council on this before, and I want to get back on track with this, is the whole concept of bringing child welfare cases into tribal court and into our social services department, and not allowing the state to be involved in your child welfare families. So that's a work in progress. Ms. Johnson and her leadership team and DHS in general has been very supportive of that. The challenge is that most of the funding that the state of Oregon uses for child welfare, the majority of the funding comes from the general fund. It doesn't come from a grant, it doesn't come from the federal government, it comes from the general fund. So the DHS leadership is trying to devise a strategy, a vehicle, to allow the state to transfer some of those funds to the tribe so that we can serve, and my theory is that we can serve, the tribe serving the tribe can serve them more effectively, more efficiently, and so therefore we would save money, not only in the short run, but the long run, is kind of the theory. And I'm thinking that that's going to play itself out. So that's another idea that we're getting back on track. We've been working with the Judge Gibson, in regards to what that would mean for tribal court. When working with our social services in regards to what that would mean for our social services department. And obviously, law enforcement would have to be involved. So it's really, hopefully the timing will work out right, where our law enforcement's in place, our social services department is up to speed in regards to staffing, our tribal court's ready to take child welfare cases. So it's a work in progress, but there's staff at DHS that have been so super helpful in trying to figure out how to get that done. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you, Tribal Council. Any questions? I'd be happy to try to answer.
Questions, comments? Member Dumont, and then Brandy.
So, thank you, General Manager Lopez. That was good, wonderful report. Just had a couple of comments. One, as far as the reporting for the CARES Act expenditures to Treasury, we did bring that up with the casino GM yesterday. I'm confident it'll be forthcoming, and it's on our radar. So we'll keep after that. I also wanted to agree with you that the Klamath Tribes have done a really good job of being safe thus far. Had a chance this morning to read some scholarship from Dr. Olarabe and his co-authors about how well we've done, particularly, when you think about what's happened in other parts of Indian country. But also to just, remind everybody to really continue to be vigilant about this, because it's liable to get worse before it's all over with. The experts keep saying that people are moving indoors now. I was in town yesterday, and I know that it can be really hard when you go into a setting and people are not being safe to, not join into that behavior. It's just a tough thing. So everybody who's listening, be vigilant about it, because if you're not and you bring it back, all of this good work can go away really, really fast. I also, wanted to commend you and the staff and the financial folks for all of the reporting that I know that you're doing, and we just don't get bad audits, and that's a wonderful thing. And to remind members who may be listening that I know there was a lot of frustration early on about not getting the emergency funds out as quickly as people would have liked. Just because other tribes are doing things, that doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. And the fact that our folks here were so responsible in making sure that when it comes time to report all this to Treasury, that we're not going to have to pay back funds is really commendable, and I just wanted to bring that up and thank you for that as well.
I have scars to show it.
I also wanted to thank you personally. I know that I have called you sometimes after hours and on weekends about tribal members who are having difficulties, often related to the virus, and your willingness to take those calls and help them out, during off times. That's above and beyond, and I really appreciate your willingness to do that.
If I may interrupt just real quick, I did send a text to Chairman. It was really, to me, that's part of the reason that I enjoy this job so much. So it was a gentleman who was recently released from jail for whatever reason, veteran, homeless, and just asking for any help. So he called me. I don't know how he ended up on my phone, but he did call me. And just yesterday, was it yesterday, the day before, he sent me an email or a text saying thank you. He thanked me, his mom, and his dad, because he was so happy. He signed a lease and he's in an apartment, and he's got a car that's kind of working, needs a little bit more help with that, and is working with agencies in Portland and is on a really good track. To me, that's just worth it. As a veteran and a tribal member, we talked quite a bit, and Joseph Allen helped me a lot in regards to making sure he was sheltered, making sure he was receiving services. And it's really an odd, well, almost sad, but people just don't respond. I think that's kind of the norm. You call and we'll get back to you. So I think what made the difference is that I would tell them, call that agency. If they're not calling you back, call me and I'll call them. Not that I guess it makes a difference. If you call and say I'm the general manager of the Klamath Tribes, they don't know me from Adam, but just saying that, they're like, and then he gets a call back. That's unfortunate, because really everybody should get a call back as quickly as possible. But the good news is he's in an apartment, he's warm, he's happy, and hopefully he'll stay on a good track. And we'll keep, I told him to keep checking in with me, making sure that is good. So, but I appreciate that, and absolutely anytime that anybody needs help, please give me a call.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
You said almost what I wanted to say. I just wanted to commend you and the staff. You have a great staff.
Brandy, would you mind getting a little closer to the mic? Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
Can you hear me now? I just appreciate and commend you for all the hard work and the staff. You have a great staff, great team, and I know you do return the phone calls, and that is important. So just want to echo what Councilman Dumont said. So.
Well, thank you for that. I recently, just yesterday, had a conversation with Ms. Kathy Rich, and I credit her a lot for me being at least what I consider successful here, but also just the whole team. I mean, right now it's taking some time, but really excited about the directors we have in place right now, really excited about Leanne and Kathy and Jana and Elizabeth, and just people are really stepping up and showing their expertise. And it's not me. I mean, to me, it's just having a good team. Laurel's been amazing, been really great to have her here. It's just been an amazing thing, but also being able to emphasize with staff that I'm available. If there's questions, concerns, feel free to come talk to me. Not that you'll get the right answer that you want, but at least I feel like I'm try to be open as possible. But it's really the team. I mean, I think the Klamath Tribes Administration is kind of rolling right now in regards to having good staff, and I think it's going to be a good 2021. Let's get rid of 2020.
Hashtag go away 2020.
There you go. Hashtag 2020 go away. Thank you, Tribal Chairman. Thank you, Tribal Council.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't know if the next folks are, sounds like Ms. Johnson's going to be here at 11. Is that correct, George? Okay. Okay. If she is, that'd be great. We could move her on a little bit earlier. We also have visitors from the Chillicothe schools. I don't know if they're here.
They're
not coming in till 1.
Until 1, okay. So if Ms. Johnson isn't here, we have about 20 minutes before 11 when she's expected here, and we have Dr. Alarabe here. Perhaps we could move on with that if Ms. Johnson isn't here. Can you see if she's out there, Jennifer? Let me know. I know George went to go check. Yeah, we thank our members that are joined in. She's not here? Okay. Joe, how many folks are on right now? 30, okay. I just briefly want to mention to folks, there's been some misinformation getting out there that COVID relief or assistance checks are going to be provided on the 19th. There's a process in play for that. I think the application will be ready on the 19th, is that correct? And we'll hear a little bit more about that later, but just wanted to head that off. There's a misunderstanding for those that are on there. It's not going to be automatically provided. There is a process, simplified application process, and we'll be moving forward with that assistance program, not direct per capita type payments. So there's a program that we need to participate in just to protect you from being taxed, tribal members that participate in that, to make sure in compliance with the Treasury guidelines. So, Dr. Larrabee, thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate this item and the work that's been done, and so we want to turn it over to you to summarize what's going on. And I know there's been some communication about some process on how to move forward and potentially publish this. So, but we really want to turn it over to you, and just looking forward to hear the good report about the work that we've been doing. So, thank you.
Chair, my voice is different, so let me remove the mask. Good morning, Chair and members of the Council. It's a privilege one more time to stand here this morning to present this on behalf of the Tribal COVID team, and also the amazing work that's going on right now at Wellness Center. Also on behalf of the Infection Control team, led by Rachel Miller, and our nurse supervisor, Misty. They would have been the ones presenting this morning, but they are very busy at the clinic, so I had to stand in for them. When I resumed work here 3 months ago, one of the things I'm tasked to do is to make sure that what we do is seen and known by all across the world. And recently, I was privileged to do a Google search for our center in Google Scholar, and it was not there. I also tried to do a Google Scholar search for climate trouble and climate force, and the only thing I saw were the earthquakes, the issues of water challenges, and other stuff. And the amazing work that we do here regularly is never reported. And I believe that the time has come for us to be able to tell people that we exist and that we are doing great jobs. And how best to start, but with COVID, which has greatly changed the whole world and the way the world is today. So a few weeks ago, I commissioned my team members to compile all the data that has emanated since March this year on COVID in our Wellness Center for those who were tested and those who were found to be positive and those who died, if any have died, and why the results that we had. And when we tried to review the literature, we found that actually the projections were that people from our own tribe will have more complications and more deaths from COVID. But that has not been the issue. That has not been the case. We have tested over 888 persons in the last 8 months, and of that, 50 were found to be positive. And of these 50 who were positive, none died. And why do we have such an amazing good report? Because of the strategies and the solution that we put in place over the past 8 months. And I'm so proud of our results that even when we had the AAA HC accreditation that came in here a few weeks ago, they were also very, very happy with the practices that we have, the structures that we have in place, and things that we are doing both at pharmacy, dental, and across our health network. And I thought it was wise for us to begin to document this and publish it accordingly. So we assembled ourselves together and wrote up an article that is titled Our Experience with COVID in the Tribe. I will just read the abstract of that article as a summary. But before I even came here this morning, I have reached out to the Northwest Portland Area Health Board, asking them, are we free to publish our data? And they said, yes, we can. Actually, Lisa said, I don't believe you need our approval. I've copied Victoria Warren Mills, our AP Center Director, to verify your inquiry. And Victoria said to me, good morning, Dr. Loribe. You are free to share your data as you wish. The tribe is the owner of the data, and the release of specific tribal data is in his hands. Glad to hear you all are doing very well with COVID-19. Please reach out if the Northwest Tribal Epidemiology Center can be of any assistance. So we have the right and we have the privilege, we have the ownership of our data, and we can share it to tell the world that we are here and that we are effectively utilizing the resources that we have right now to keep our people healthy. The abstracts. It has been suggested that socially disadvantaged populations are more at risk of contracting COVID-19 than those with access to better social control measures and medical facilities. We looked at the response of the climate tribes in Climate County, Oregon, USA, to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 in a community with a higher incidence of obesity, diabetes, and chronic heart diseases, along with other health disparities when compared to the general U.S. population. Methods. The Climate Trust Health and Family Services established a COVID-19 incident management team, instituting creative programs including a walk-in testing center, implementing strict infection control protocols, and regular sharing of information on the epidemic and prevalence of COVID-19 amongst the climate tribes and Climate County Public Health. All COVID-19 tests were documented, with positive cases isolated and people with high-risk exposures quarantined and provided with wraparound medical and social services until they recover or were past the quarantine time period. Our results show that 888 people, tribal members, were tested for COVID-19 between March and September this year. 50 were found to be positive for COVID, giving a test positivity rate of 5.6%. Males were 6.3% and females were 5.2%. However, no death has been reported amongst the tribal members since the beginning of the epidemic. Our conclusion: despite the fact that structural inequalities, including income disparities, have shaped racial and ethnic impact of epidemics around the world, the timely response, establishment of partnerships, and proactive control of the epidemic resulted in minimal impact among our tribal, climate tribal, and other AIAN populations served by the tribal facilities. This is a summary of our publication, and we are seeking your approval to seek for a journal here in US that will accept our manuscript and publish it on behalf of the climate tribes. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Any comments or questions or thoughts, Member Dumont?
Yeah, Doctor, I was able to read the article this morning and really enjoyed it, and wanted to commend you and the co-authors. I really liked seeing the fact that we have tribal members and tribal staff who are going to be co-authors on a publication. I think that's really cool. I think that I had a sense that we were doing pretty well based on comparisons to what's happening on other tribes, in the state and in the West. But to see it all written up, right, to see it documented is really nice. And so I appreciate that you did that. One of the things that I thought about in the discussion session that probably could even make the argument stronger and more impressive is that, we're a people that gathers a lot for holidays, for rites of passage, even when people are passing over, those are big events. And we've had some challenges with that, right? But we've also, managed to do without some of our big celebrations. And so, the fact that we've done those things and we've struggled, I don't know if that's something that, would add to the narrative or not. The one thing that I was going to say is that, there's a long history in Indian country of resentment toward researchers, particularly anthropologists, who have come in and exploited people for their own purposes. Even in the natural sciences, if you think about the Human Genome Project and some of what went on there. So, I think this is great stuff. I would just ask that the next time that maybe you come before you start and let us know what you're wanting to do and get the blessing up front. But other than that, I'm really pleased and excited about, seeing this published.
Thank you, sir. So we'll try and add that into it, and then we'll get it back to you for review.
Member Palace?
I really liked it, and I would really like to see this being made available to tribal members, in a larger spectrum. That way they could read it and see all the work that has been done. And some of these numbers, like how many people that were tested, that's really impressive. And also just shows how hardworking our staff is over there and what they've been doing. So I really would like to commend you and the rest of the staff and co-authors. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any others? Anybody on the phone? Tribal council members? Oh, I'm sorry, Ellsworth.
Yeah, I think Clay and Willa both said, I just want to echo what they said, but this is just something that the tribes is proud of and needs to be proud of and shared amongst our community to show, how we reacted, how your team reacted, how the whole tribes pulled together. And you see there's a lot of fight amongst the community across the nation on what should and shouldn't be done. But if after you read all the numbers and the data, it shows and proves that when a community works together, what can be accomplished. So good job to you, the team, and the tribes. It's something I'm proud of.
Yes. Member Hatcher?
Again, just to echo what everybody else said, but for those that are listening, Dr. O'Larrabee came to us about 3 months ago and had to jump right in with the COVID and then the fire that took place, and he's really gone above and beyond to help tribal members help to get the GoFundMe account, and I heard that was seen yesterday where that's really been successful, and I appreciate your kindness and your heart for the people here, and appreciate all the hard work, and thank you for this report.
Thank you. Now that you mentioned the GoFundMe, since people are listening online, for accountability and clarity, today we have over $90,000 in that GoFundMe account, cash, beyond the materials that we received, which I've shared out already. So the team Zach and Joseph have been asked to come together with a protocol on how to distribute that 90,000 plus that we have in the GoFundMe. Thank you very much.
Great. Any council members on the phone that would like to comment?
No, I just want to thank Dr. O. You've been a pleasure to speak with, so over the phone and such. But I just want to thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. This is Jeannie McNair.
Sure. Well, Doctor, I guess I want to echo, I really appreciate your hard work and even the foresight and interest in publishing the data. It really provides opportunity to highlight the work that we're doing, and really appreciative that tribal members are involved in the publication too. It's just a wonderful thing for their own personal careers, and I just really appreciate that foresight and just what you're doing to help us get through matters like this. And we look forward to years to come and working with you. So thank you for being with us, Doctor. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to approve moving forward with publishing the article. Okay. Treasurer Hatcher is seconded by Member Lane. Okay. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Count 4 on this end. Those opposed?
Can you give me a second, please?
Oh, okay.
Who seconded you? Did you second?
Okay, those in favor, I counted 4 here. Oh, 5, okay. Okay, those opposed, the same. Okay, 0 opposed. With abstentions, my 1 abstention, the motion carries 5-0-1. Thank you again, Doctor. Appreciate it very much. And we thank the staff and pass that on for us when you have opportunity. Okay. We have Miss Marita Johnson. Looking forward to meeting you. And, General Manager Lopez, of course, speaks highly of you. And I know you've been with us in the area for a while, but I'm glad we're able to meet with you. And it looks like there's some other staff here with you. So thank you very much.
So
General
prior to
Manager?
passing the mic to her, if I may, Chairman, just wanted to more formally introduce her, and then also just wanted to highlight, I think Dr. O'Larraby's, his foresight and what he's doing is so exciting. I mean, I would never have thought of a GoFundMe account. That's just not me. But just in the neighborhood, people are asking, they know where I work, and they're saying, what's going on? How can we help? And I said, well, we do have a GoFundMe account. So a couple days ago, I had my neighbor come over and provide me a $1,000 check, which we sent over to the health for the GoFundMe account. But it's just amazing the support, as you can tell from the amount of money that's in the account. I never would have thought about that. So I just wanted to highlight everybody's sentiment towards Dr. O'Larrabee. Pretty fun to get to know him and get to work with him. So thank you for that. But wanted to take some time here and introduce Ms. Johnson here as the interim. I hate to say interim because I'm encouraging Faribault to make her permanent, but that's a work in progress. But Ms. Johnson's been really a breath of fresh air and working with DHS and working with our staff. And I still believe that what we've been doing, even though it's a step at a time, has decreased. I think I attribute the decrease in child welfare cases directly to the work the council's been doing and the attention that's been brought to the child welfare. They do a lot more than just child welfare, but with child welfare, to me, that's the soft spot in my heart. The caseload has gone down tremendously since we've started talking about this 4 or 5 years ago, almost down to half of the number that we had before. So as you recall, we started out about 120, 130. Now we're down to around 55 cases. So that's quite a reduction. I'd like to see it be 0. And I'm glad that Ms. Johnson's in the leadership role that she's in, because she's bringing some ideas that I think we're going to be able to get that down to close to 0. So really just wanted to appreciate her being willing to come and being willing to meet you, and just want to give her the mic so she can introduce her staff, and I'm sure that we can hopefully have a discussion and some questions, and we'll take some notes and follow through with it, as she knows I will. So thank you.
Thank you, and actually, thank you very much for having us today. And first of all, I wanted to introduce our staff that's here today. We have Greg Chandler, who is our self-sufficiency program manager, Gina Maupin, who's the child welfare program manager, Wade, I'm going to butcher your last name, Dykstra, who is our new family tribal coach, and he works, he's one of Greg's staff. Vicki Partridge Highland, who is a senior social work type that works with Greg and manages the family coaches in general. Chanda Aubrey, who's the child welfare supervisor, and she supervises Marty Schroeder, who's our active effort specialist. And then virtually, I believe, Adam Vicente, the tribal affairs manager, is here, along with Christine Camps, and who's our ICWA consultant, and Anthony Fox, who's the statewide key program manager. And I have a couple of handouts for you, if that's okay.
Oh, yes, that's fine. Thank you. This would be helpful to hand them out right now. You can start down here and
Okay.
we'll just pass them down to our general manager. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I better take one of those just so I remember what I wrote. So the first handout is a one-pager of some collaborative efforts that we've been working on over the past year. And actually, even before I joined District 11, just a little less than a year ago, there was the ICWA conference that was here last October. And I think some really good conversations began there about what we can do collectively. Do you mind if I pull this down? Okay.
That's fine, go ahead.
What we could do collectively to help keep tribal children intact with their families and in home, and with preventive services to really make sure that they don't become members of our foster care system. And so what I heard really quite loudly from Mr. Lopez was that what happens is that there's call after call after call to the hotline, and nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens. And then after the 14th or 15th call, there's like a big explosion, and we're out, we're removing children, and there could have been many opportunities to intervene in those families prior because we were called multiple times. And Greg and Gina had been working on a project for quite some time, very impressive, for 5 years, with family coaches who in our state cases, when a call was screened out from the hotline, or when there was a family that had high to moderate needs, they would attach a family coach. And that family coach would provide those preventative services and those efforts way upstream in order to help prevent that family from becoming into the child welfare system. And that family coach is attached to the self-sufficiency program, not to child welfare. And so it removes that stigma of child welfare being involved, and really, not that child welfare workers aren't helpful, but it's a different kind of helpful with self-sufficiency. And so Greg and I began to talk about that, and then in conversations with Mr. Lopez, we asked our central office to have a position that could be specifically for tribal families. And so that's where Wade comes in. And he's begun his work. It's pretty new, but he's begun his work. And our goal is to continue to get those screen out calls from the hotline because the tribe gets those. Unfortunately, with the change of the hotline, the state office, our office doesn't get those yet, but the tribe gets those. And then those are the families that we reach out to in order to be able to do that preventive, supportive work. So hopefully those families don't come to the attention to the hotline down the road. So it's that way upstream work that I really believe was being described early on at the ICWA conference. So there's that. And then as we've been doing our work, we also felt what would be helpful are peer and parent coaches. And peer support is something that's been used across the state in the drug and alcohol field, and then in some in child welfare, but it's not something that that really has been actively solidified here in Klamath County. And peer supports are people who have walked the walk. They've been through the system, been through child welfare, received their children back, are in recovery. And we actually had some extra money, believe it or not, in this time, and believe that peer supports are really important to be able to keep child welfare families engaged. And as we analyze that and talk to our partners in the ICWA unit, as well as our partners with Transformation Wellness, we developed a contract to be able to have peer supports. And specifically what we heard is it would be really helpful to have a tribal peer support person as well. And so that contract is in the making. And so Transformation Wellness, will be hiring those positions, and the ICWA workers have actually been referring families that they believe would be great tribal support people to Transformation Wellness, so we can have that tribal specific, culturally specific service. And then as we were talking about that, Greg and I were like, why can't we do that same thing with TANF clients and through self-sufficiency? So we put a proposal together with the self-sufficiency program to have the same peer support person for Black and Indigenous and people of color, specifically, who have been really struggling with all those pieces with the TANF program to become self-sufficient. And so that proposal is pending, and we're really hopeful that we get that position. But it will be the same kind of help and support for the tribe with the TANF program, self-sufficiency, as it is in child welfare. So then we had a recent conversation with our ICWA partners about foster homes and how there were no tribal foster homes at all. And there was really no capacity to be able to develop tribal foster homes. And so we asked for a position in central office. We didn't want to do a carve-out. Carve-outs don't work. We really want to hire somebody that can be here and be situated with the ICWA unit that can really begin to do that recruitment and training of tribal-specific foster homes. We were granted that position and actually should be able to start recruiting for that in any day. But our other method to that madness is that I've been around for a really long time, and I know historically there are systemic barriers that prevent tribal members from becoming foster parents, and regardless of those being addressed or not, what we really want this position to do is also gather those historical systematic barriers that seem to exist that prevent tribal members from being foster parents, and really push those up to Salem and say, so how are we going to address this? How are we going to resolve this? You know, what I know as a former child welfare director in Montana that there are ways that, there are creative ways that you can solve any problem. And so I'm hoping that as we collect these systemic issues, that we can float those up to Salem and really figure out a way that we can alleviate those systemic barriers that are preventing tribes from having foster homes. So those are really our biggest things that we're working on right now. All of these are things that we haven't done in isolation. It's based on the things that we've heard from Mr. Lopez, we've heard from the ICWA unit, we've heard from the ICWA conference. I just have been fortunate to get emerged into that work in November, and we're just hoping that they fit into your priorities. If they don't, please let us know. We want to know what your priorities are as well, so we can continue to collectively figure out ways that we can meet your priorities and move forward in a partnership that I think will benefit all of us. So.
Wow, that's really encouraging, some of these positive things that you're talking about doing. And I do believe it's in response to communication and working with our staff and some of the fruit of the ICWA conference even that happened. But, I'm excited about it. I think we're taking some good positive steps, and so I appreciate Mr. Lopez and others, staff, in participating and in communicating and maybe providing some recommendations to bring some of these things about. But I really appreciate the response, to move forward with some of these positive things. It's wonderful to hear. I'm not really involved in the workings of these things, but I'm encouraged too about looking at the systematic the problems in certifying some of our members. It's been really difficult. Many of us, myself included, we had issues in our lives when we were younger, and maybe have a record, so to speak. I'm thankful I don't have a significant record, but I know some of our folks that have addressed some of their social problems and are doing well and been on the road to recovery and for many, many years, and have a desire to take in some of even their own family members. And it's just the way things have been set up that really prohibits that. And so if we can get through some of those barriers and make it easier for some of our members to become certified as foster parents, I know there's a real interest. And so I'm excited to hear that there's some thinking about that and something that could work to change that. But I am encouraged. I don't know if I'd open it up to any other comments or questions or suggestions of other council members. Member Dumont, I see you're grabbing your mic there.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank you and General Manager for his work with you. This is really, really exciting, and I agree with what the chairman is saying about we have some of our folks who I think would really be the best fit for this are held back by things that have happened decades earlier. So
Correct.
anything we could do to get around that and fix that. I also wanted to ask about the peer parent mentors. How many of those are we thinking about?
On the child welfare side, we're hiring 3, but one of them specific to somebody who is culturally tribal, Native American, skilled. And then if we're granted our project with the self-sufficiency program, that will be another one that will be solely focused on people of color. So 4 total. But we really see this as another great prevention strategy and another great strategy for somebody to be able to say, hey, I've had my children removed. I got my kids back. Let me take you by the hand and take you to that meeting, or take you, let me sit with you during that court hearing and help explain what that means. Let me, take you to, culturally specific activities that can help you engage in your tribe and keep you, engaged in your tribe, so you get that additional larger support. So they're very powerful, and it's really important that it's somebody who has had past history with the agency that has come out on the other side and can say, hey, there's a lot of hope here, and let me take you by the hand and get you there based on what my experience is.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting. I mean, I can think of people in our community right now who could benefit from that. I'm no expert, but it sounds like not only would it be good for the folks who are getting the help, but it'd be real good for the helpers too. So I'm real pleased to hear that.
And they're paid positions, well-paid positions. And so, I hope that you can, honestly, I would prefer to have all 4 of them be tribal members, or because everybody can connect with our clients in that way regardless, and any help that you can give Transformation Wellness to do that recruitment, we would certainly really appreciate it, and they'll be well-paid jobs. So yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Oh,
This is I'm here as the face, but these are the guys that are getting it done, and I don't want to at all have you think that this is something I've done. This is something that they have done collectively.
wonderful. Well, thank
And Chairman,
you.
if I may interrupt,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just also wanted to acknowledge, part of the reason I stood up is acknowledge Lisa and the work that she's done. 'Cause
Yes.
I'm kind of like, when you said you're not involved in the day-to-day, well, I kind of go and scream and yell and do whatever I do at DHS, and then I kind of walk away, and then Lisa kind of carries the heavy load. So I really appreciate her being the new ICWA manager and really taking this, and she's very committed, very smart, and able to listen to my harebrained ideas and make them reality. So along with DHS staff, it's been real refreshing, and I'm hoping that a year from now, we're looking at this caseload and it's 0. That would be awesome. But thank you very much, and thanks to staff and Greg. That was awesome. He brought the idea at the ICWA conference, and then all of a sudden he goes, we're going to get it done, and he did it. And so appreciate you a lot. That was awesome. And we're going to set up another conference here. It might be virtual, but we're doing another one, so get ready for that.
Well, thank you. I did, the coaches, I mean, I didn't quite understand exactly how that works, and you were talking about coaches, some of the staff, and,
Oh, the family coach?
yeah, the family coach.
I'm gonna call on Greg, not on Greg, but Wade, to maybe talk about some of the work that you're doing.
I've known Mr. Dykstra for years around baseball with my grandson and his
I
son,
hold it, or are you okay with my hand?
so good to see you.
Good to see you, Don. So, Ellsworth, how are you? Doing well. Okay, good. So, you know, this position is fairly new. You know, we're just kind of on the ground running right now. Kind of give you an example. Last week, Lisa gave me a phone call, said, hey, got a phone call from DD Services. One of the tribal members ready to sign his kids over. He's really struggling. I said, okay, what is his name? Where's he at? Give me his phone number. Gave him a call immediately. He was, you know, in town. Met him down at Veterans Park. You know, got to introduce myself. Told him what I was there for. You know, and I try to tell him, you know, a lot of people hear the word DHS, you know, and it's like, okay, you're here to take my kids away. You know, I try to tell them, you know, I'm with self-sufficiency. You can kind of look at it, I'm here to prevent that, right? And try to kind of ease their mind that I'm there to help him, not to you know, be, you know, bad news or anything like that. But so him and I sat down and talked. You know, he's very open with what what I had to say. You know, we were in the process of you know, he's struggling with housing. You know, everybody, you know, I mean, that seems like the majority of our clients is housing. It's just a huge issue around Klamath County right now. So I'm still in contact with him. He sent me a message this morning. After looking at his case and seeing what his issues were, you know, I ended up getting him an extra, you know, $273 in cash, you know, the following day. He thought he was timed out with his 60 months. Come to find out, Lisa and I looking at his case, you know, there was about 20 months that were not counted because of the, what is it called, Vicki? The So anyway, so that eliminated about 20 months for him. So now he can actually get TANF now, you know, for the next 20 months. So that really helped him out. You know, so you know he's working hard trying to find housing. He's actually, you know, sent me a message this morning that he's meeting a gentleman with housing. We're going to help him, you know, with his application fee. We've got him, you know, working with CLAS, Klamath Lake Community Action Services, you know, to help, you know, with deposits if possible. You know, we've got him in what we call SL funds, where we can actually help him also. Some support funds if he needs it right now to get him into a place, you know, as soon as he finds it. So, you know, I've just recently, you know, a lot of our other family coaches are transferring a lot of tribal clients to me. I haven't had a chance to really meet them yet and get out and introduce myself. I'm actually in mandatory training all week this week on our new system, which they let me get away for a couple hours. So that will be on my you know, to-do list next week, is to contact all those members and introduce myself and see what their needs are, you know, and to prioritize, you know, my caseload on what they need, you know, and why are they on our on TANF right now? What do they need help with? So kind of the process is, you know, child welfare goes out, you know, and does their things. They see that there's things that are unfounded, you know, that they may need some extra help. I get that referral. I try within 24 hours, 40 hours, I'm going to meet them. You know, I go to their homes, wherever, I contact them, ask them if they want to meet. they want to meet wherever, at the park, Starbucks, McDonald's, wherever they would like to meet, and just see what their problems are, see where can we help them at that point, and then, and give them resources, with whatever their issues are, and with throughout the community, through our partners, our community partners and stuff. So, I even called Ellsworth, I worked with Ellsworth at Geldwin for several years. We had a client here with Mrs. Weiser. I think she was a foster mother for years. Got to meet her and talk with her for quite a while, and she had a foster daughter that was in some help, was in a DV situation. So I, working with her, she just contacted me Monday and stated that she was offered a job at the travel center. There were some comments made that she was not comfortable with, but she actually declined that job, and I think she's going to work for another motel in town. So, it was just, it was good conversation with her, and I told her I'd make a contact. I've been in Klamath pretty much my whole life. I know a lot of people. So, that was, I tracked down Ellsworth to see what he's doing. Ellsworth gave me a lot of good information on, for her to go to the casino, get an application, to fill that out and stuff. So, for her to even get an interview and to talk to somebody at the travel center. So, those are just a couple right now. I've got some other success stories on my caseload before, when I was just a family coach. Now, like I said, my role is to specifically work with tribal members. So I'm pretty excited about it. So, all right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for the good work. Yes, Ellsworth?
I was actually, before Wade dropped my name, I wanted to say that these are the kind of success stories that need to be heard. Going to help break down the barriers, the thought process on who DHS is, and worked, I think, with Wade. Well, I've known him now for about 25 years. I guess I was thinking back on that, and just knowing the type of person he is, and listening to him talk on the phone and what he was trying to get some information. And I think that when there's an agency such as DHS, and they're not sure who to talk to, of course, working with the tribes already, and trying to get our tribal members back to work and to get them established into the community or reestablished. I think, a lot of times there are those barriers, and there's a thought process out there. And as soon as Wade said who he worked for, I was like, well, this is obviously a very good thing. And we talked for a while, and hopefully, we can help reestablish and get people established back into the working community, and make sure that they can maintain their households, so that they can, wake up every day and not worry about those issues on who's looking over their shoulder, because they don't have that issue anymore. And so I want to thank George. I'm often not involved on the child welfare, but it's not that I'm not thinking about it. I do know that there are others on council that are very passionate about it. And I'm surprised Brandy hasn't said anything, because I've talked with Brandy on these topics, and I think it's probably like 10 years now, and it's really neat to hear these stories. So I just wanted to thank you for the success stories.
Member Hanser?
I was going to say, I don't think Wade remembers who I am, but his family, his mom, was a big contributor working with DHS, and she ran foster homes for years and years and years. And your sister Kim used to babysit Calvin and I. So it's been a long time. But even when my girls were little, Wade's mother lived right across the street from us, and it was just kind of ironic. She babysat for me for a little bit after all these years, but their family's pretty well known within the community for, taking in foster kids, caring for them. So we welcome you aboard, and I appreciate your heart and all the good things that you've done. So thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, we certainly appreciate the work you're doing, staff. Thanks for coming and being a part of this. And Lisa, just thank you for your hard work for us too. You know, I've gotten to know you a bit over the years around different events that you planned, and just your interest, genuine interest in helping us and our individual tribal members. You know, it's really obvious, and it's been a blessing. You know, so I'm just excited about today. It's pretty, pretty wonderful. Yes, Member Palace.
I just had a couple questions. I know Wade stated that he was assigned to work with tribal members, but I was wondering if you also assist tribal members that are enrolled in other tribes, because we have quite a few people here who are Klamath descendants, so to speak, but they're enrolled with a different tribe, and they, you know, certainly could benefit from the services. And I'm really excited to hear more about the, you know, just more opportunities being provided to people, because that's one of the problems of, you know, generational poverty is lack of opportunities, whether it's education or job training, and seeing that put together. And I know our staff here has done a pretty good job, the TANF department, with having those on the job training. But if we could make those available to the, you know, to the rest of the tribal community here, whether they're enrolled or not, I would like to see that and hear more about the success stories. I'd really like to hear more about this and continue working with you guys. And thank George for really just, since I've been on council for the last year and a half, George has really made DHS a priority. And I don't know that I've seen another general manager do that. So I'd like to commend Mr. Lopez for that.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks again. Wonderful to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And, you know, once again, thank you for, you know, allowing us in to be able to partner with you, because I think we all want the same thing. So appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you.
Mr. Lopez and Councilman Gentry, this is Christine Camps from Tribal Affairs.
Oh,
I
yes.
was hoping just to add one more thing before we go ahead and end, if that's okay.
Oh, yes. That'd be great. Thank you.
My supervisor, Adam Vicente, the Tribal Affairs Director, just wanted to let everybody know that the Child Welfare Director is aware of all these initiatives being presented today and is also in support. We also want to continue supporting D11 and the Klamath tribes to address the challenges experienced by your tribal children and families. And we have one idea that we're hoping to pull together a strategic plan that is linked to the Klamath Data Project as well. So just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Well, I appreciate
And if you'd
that.
like more information, we're happy to answer any questions and be available.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad you're on. Thank you for the comments, and thank Adam too for you know, all this work and interest in helping us here. So really appreciate you being on the phone with us and joining us today. So thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your day. You know, Playagi.
Thank you.
Blessings. Okay, let's see. So this visitors from the school will be here after lunch, and I guess we would have time to go to item number 5 if Kathy's available. She was just in here. Okay. Yes.
Can we figure out what sounds like a smoke alarm that keeps squealing?
Yeah. Yeah, that's been going on for a while.
Well, it was the last time we had one, it was going off too, so is it the phone?
It's some kind of an alarm system. I heard it might be CO2 alarm thing. I mean carbon dioxide alarm. Not CO2. Yeah. He catches me on everything here.
Well, because if that's the case, we're all sleepy.
No, I think it's like the battery's weak or something. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty obnoxious. It seems like it's coming from over here to me.
I thought it was, but I don't know.
Yeah, it may be over there.
It's annoying. I know they can hear it on the phone.
Yeah.
And then somebody commented last week on the live feed as well.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Kathy, for joining us. Appreciate it. How are you today?
Hopefully I'm not out of breath.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Tribal Council.
Good morning.
I'm here to present an update on the COVID-19 Emergency General Assistance Program. And I don't have a written report that will be to you by Friday because we are updating our matrix with the full data set that we need to provide an accurate report. So that will be, in fact, we have that today and that should be up to you by tomorrow. I do have a verbal report though to provide you that will be included in the written report.
Okay.
So off of the first COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program, we have a total of 5,535 tribal members at this point. We have served through the program 3,751. That's 68%. So we have a total of 5,535 tribal members. We have served 3,751. Now, mind you, this was a manual count. So there could be some error, but close. So 68%. 2,937 of those were adults, 814 minors. The total spent to date on that program is $4,886,000.
Repeat that again. Right.
$4,886,000. This information will be provided in written format also. I also want to provide an update on our tribal members who are incarcerated. Lastly, we reported that we had 108 tribal members that were identified in our progeny system, software system. Out of those, 100 have been processed to date. So there is 8 remaining. We have reached out to them and sent them individual applications. So we will, I believe that's a good number. And so we're working diligently on trying to get the 8. Any questions on the first program? Without having the data.
No,
So the update of the matrix is being inclusive of the additional 1,000 for those who have COVID, the additional 500 for the newly enrolled minors, and the $1,000 for those that might have resided in those households. And what I mean by that is when we do the matrix and the input, it's the initial award, the initial time that they have submitted their application. What we did not do was put the data in for their second. We captured it by total amount of money, but we didn't capture the reporting part of it, so that your matrix will update what tribal members, not their specific names, but the number that are affected by COVID, and the charts that we capture the awards. So that's what we're doing, is updating that with finance and our own records. We good with 2019 Emergency Assistance Program? I'll provide you an update on the new program, the COVID-19 General Welfare Emergency Assistance Program. So effective Monday, October 19th, we will have on our website the application. We're working on the ability to make it more user-friendly, capture the inputted data, and make it simpler for them to submit it to us. IT, Troy is working with the webmaster for that right now. So that's what's happening with the website. We have currently made copies of the application and we're ready to mail those out on Friday and Monday. We have ordered all the supplies, the envelopes, we have the labels. So we have all the necessary the supplies needed to do that mail out. The other item that we would like to include in that mail out is the update on the actual projects that we're working on. Administration, we've given the request to have updated reports submitted to me by Wednesday close of business to format it and get that back up to you Thursday morning so that you can approve that mail out to go out with it. Now, the other question we had, instead of trying to just capture administrations, is if we can ask the other entities to provide a brief, just summarized report on their expenditures to date or their projects, and then the upcoming projects.
Yes, Member Demond?
Yeah, so a couple of questions. Going back to the mailing that's going to go out. So if we have tribal members who have moved in between, and I know of at least one that's called me, who should they call to make sure their address gets changed?
Member benefits.
They should
We are
call member
pulling the
benefits.
mailing list from the member benefits. And we've been receiving a number of calls with those questions, and we've been forwarding those to member benefits to update their addresses.
Okay, and then the second question was about the extra information that you wanted to include in the mailing about projects. Will those be projects that have already been approved by tribal council? I'm concerned about being really clear, right, about what's been approved, what it's going to cost, so that we, don't end up with a whole lot of confusion and that sort of thing out there.
So that's what we can format it the way you want. So instead of putting upcoming projects, because we don't know if that's been approved, we can actually just provide updates on what has been approved and what we've been expending those dollars for your review. So for example, we know that we've expended dollars in the emergency assistance program, and we could provide an update on that. And the upcoming program, general welfare program. The remote capabilities that the education department's been tasked with, we can provide an update on that with numbers of how much equipment's been purchased, where that's going. We can provide an update on the IT improvements that are being made with all the equipment that we've been purchasing. So it's the actual expenditures kind of updating in that report format. Now, that's where the question was about if other entities would be able to report, because I don't believe we have approved applications. And so I didn't know how you wanted to do that, or if you even want us to put a update in that mail out. It's a quick turnaround. I would have to have it back Thursday morning so we can start making the copies. So I'm just not sure how you want to do that, or if you want a separate report mailed out to people, giving it more time.
Chairman, I like the idea of getting the information out, but the quick turnaround time, I want to make sure that we have a really good product that we're sending out, so that
Okay.
we're being real
And we
clear.
can hold off on that. We definitely can, so that it's inclusive of all the entities and we're not rushing. And it's more concise and accurate information going out. That's not going to be more confusing. if
And I
that's what you
also,
like.
I know that it's up on the website today. It was put up yesterday, the expenditures thus far. I want to
Okay.
thank you guys for that, and thank you to Taylor. So I've already got a couple of questions about it, so.
Okay.
Member Palace?
Oh, I agree. I think it would be wise to send it out separately, but I was wondering if it would be possible to do it in a newsletter format with some pictures and different things showing what people are working on. Maybe some of the staff, just to kind of make it a more friendly and not so, just governmental paperwork we're sending out for the fun of it. So I think our people miss us, and without the lack of general council meetings, or with the lack of general council meetings, it'd be nice to, see some faces and put some life into the projects we're working on.
That's a good idea. That really is. Okay, that's what we'll do then. We'll start planning to go that direction. Good idea.
Thank you.
With that, with the new program, we have Elizabeth that's been really the work on the matrix, the development of that, and how we retrieve that and tailor that. So what we've been doing on that is trying to capture, now that we have time, a report for you that is not just pieced together. It's going to flow. So at any given moment, with this matrix that we're developing, any given moment we'll be able to pull it up and then have that information. With this new matrix, we'll And what I'm talking about the matrix is we enter that data, that populates into these pie charts and these charts that we're developing for you. So in this matrix, we'll be capturing, and when I read this off, I know this will also be in the RIN report. So if there's anything else that you want added or captured, if we could know Friday would be best. Because it's easier to capture that data electronically rather than going back manually. In this report, we'll be providing information on applications received, applications processed, tribal members assisted. We'll break it down to adults and minors, inmates processed, COVID-19 impacts, which those impacts are identified on the application, Klamath County, outside of Klamath County, COVID positive, and we might term that a little differently because the COVID, we want to capture not just positive, but we want to capture if they reside with somebody that has COVID, if they've been unemployed for over 30 days because of COVID, because those are all benefits that are tied into that policy. So we want to capture as much data on the COVID, and we thought rather than just terming it positive, it'll be inclusive of all that. So when you see that number, so we'll clearly identify that in the reporting mechanisms, so you'll know what that number means. Because I felt that if you truly only wanted to know the positives, you would be able to get that from tribal health. And this program captures when we say COVID impact and the benefit that's tied with that policy, it captures those areas. Does that make sense on that part?
Thank
If
you.
you have a recommendation on changing that up, let me know. So that's what we have going on right now with the new program. Staffing has already been started through the process, and we should have 3. I'm hoping by Monday. We have 1.5 so far cleared and ready to go, so I'm hoping 1 more and then we'll be ready to roll.
Yes, Member Duarte.
So application's ready on the 19th. Do we have an estimate of when we'll be able to start processing?
Monday.
Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll start Monday. We're ready Monday. And we'll be operating 2 programs. So we're still going to be tracking the first one, and I'll be designated only 1 staff person so it doesn't get confusing to only operate off that because it's a low number that's coming in. But 1 person will be designated to only work on the first program and continue with that and that reporting. And then we'll have the new program up with the new staff.
Okay, Member Lane?
Yeah, Kathy, you guys really need to be commended. You guys have been very malleable with council, with George, and I know we had so much, we were throwing so much at you. And I also, just as a side note, you have a ton of notes on that tiny little piece of paper, so that's impressive. Your eyes must be amazing. I just was noticing, where's she getting all that information? And she's got this little note card. And then also, the members that have been recently applying on your guys' turnaround time has been, they're like, wow. So I've heard that from, about 6 here recently, so that's very good news. And to know that we've served 67.7% is awesome. That's great news. Or 68%, excuse
Well,
me.
you're correct with
Well,
that. I
yeah.
rounded it up.
Yeah. That's great news to pass on to our members. And just a good job. And I have no doubt that it's going to go much, much smoother and quicker to get these payments out to our members. And it's hitting us a lot more frequent now. And as Clay said, that we really need to be mindful of being out when we're not supposed to be out. Just these are the things that we kind of take a little bit for granted because we haven't actually had an outbreak per se in Chiloquin. We have had several positives, but not yet an outbreak. But it's only going to take one time of somebody, thinking, well, I just need to go grab this or just do this or that. And we just need to remember that, as Clay said, the good work that has been done can just go down the drain, in a matter of a couple days. And As I was reading an article of something that happened over in Medford, and it had been a month from the time that the person had gotten COVID, and it was spread around, and it was traced back to one place, and it had not been reported because it hadn't met the threshold. But after that month, one person turned into 54, and it was all traced back to the same place. And we all, as tribal members, we like gatherings, we like to hug, we like to shake hands. We're people that are always close together in our community, and it still scares the heck out of me, knowing it's only going to take one or two people to spread it, and then we have that outbreak. But good job to you and your staff and everyone, admin that's been working very diligent on this. So thank you.
And it is the staff too, the team that's working on it and assigned, so there's a number of them. And but to go back to the quick response and turnaround period, now there's a reason why that most recent is because compared to receiving hundreds of applications in one day, we're able to now get 10, it's just staggered, and we're able to process as those come in. So I don't want to make it seem like we're going to be able to do that again on the first few weeks. But we're going to have hundreds coming in again. And so that won't be as quick as, it's going to be quicker than we were, of course, from the first time. But the first few weeks is not going to be, that quick turnaround for some. So the first few, yes, but when you start getting into the 200 on that same day, they're going to be out a little bit.
Chairman, two online.
So if you receive calls, that's why.
One question and one statement. One was a thank you to you and your team. You guys have been amazing, and that you're appreciated. So that's cool to hear from the members. And then also, the question was, their question was too long. Is it going to be another 1,500 again, and is that the last payment that's going to be it for the year? That was the question.
Yes, so the amounts that Tribal Council has approved are the same amounts, the benefit amounts as in the first program. 1,500 for adults and 500 for the dependents. And adults are 18 and over, receive the 1,500, and the dependents in that household get the 500. And then the other benefits that are outlined in the policy are if you reside with somebody that has COVID, that goes up to 2,500. If you are tested positive COVID, it's 2,500. If you have a dependent that's not enrolled at the time of your application, and they are later enrolled within this year, they'll get the additional 500. And then in the benefit determination, there also is another $1,500, I believe, if you are unemployed for over 30 days and can provide supporting documentation from your employer on that. Yes, $1,500.
Thank you.
So I had a question. Are you finished, Telza?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank her from somebody online.
Yeah, I did have a tribal member that participated in the first program and then contacted COVID and recovered. But I believe that the individual would qualify for the additional $1,000 on the first program if they submitted the documentation that they did contact
So the two
COVID.
programs have time periods on it, and they both end on December 30, 2020. So we're treating, they are two separate programs. So even if, say, for example, if on the second program, they received the $1,500 initial award and they contracted COVID possibly for a second time, it's still a new program and they still are eligible for
I see.
the additional $1,000
Okay.
to make that a complete $2,500. So that's why we'll have two programs still ongoing, because the first approval of that, the emergency assistance program, went from March to December. The second program goes from October to December.
I want to do my best to respond to the other question about whether there'd be another program after this. The council certainly will evaluate where we are, and at this time, there's no real consideration for that. We haven't had any discussions at all, but certainly want to serve the need of our tribal members. But we have other needs that we need to cover with those funds to continue to provide services and mitigate impacts and so forth. So, those programs have to be developed and implemented before the end of the year. So, but we'll continue to monitor that and the impacts on our members, and I would consider that down the road, but we probably need to get into this program and see what the impacts are and on the budget, and consider that at that time. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tribal Council.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kathy. Again, thank you so much for all your folks have been doing. Okay, I see it's about 5 minutes before noon, and I see, is Mark on the phone by chance? Possibly not. So would folks be agreeable to have lunch and come back at 1?
Yeah, that would be nice.
This may be one of the first times since COVID that we actually get a full lunch break.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
doesn't seem like much until it's 5 or 6 at night and you're hangry.
Yeah. We're going to be in recess until 1 p.m. for the next meeting. Next agenda item. So thank you, Joe. So.
conferencecall.com. Your input is invalid. Access code or phone number you have dialed.
Let me try this again.
Okay, I have, I guess it's 1
Are we
p.m.
starting?
Yes, we're about ready to start if you're ready. Oh, yeah, we don't. Okay, never mind. No, we'll go keep us fired up, Joe. We'll start here momentarily.
Yeah.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people. If you are the host, press star now.
For folks listening in, we're going to convene just momentarily. The other council members are in the building. One's on a phone call, and the other one's will be here shortly. Thank you.
Please announce yourself.
Who's on the phone?
Jeannie?
Hey, Jeannie.
Hello?
Gail. Gail's on.
Hey, Gail. We're waiting for Ellsworth to come in, getting ready to start.
Talk about the treaty or
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. On the what? What memo? What memo? The. Yeah, it's on the contract.
While we're waiting, Willow reminded me that it's a treaty day. This is when we actually signed our treaty on October 14th, 1864. We didn't do anything special about that, but certainly the treaty, it comes with mixed emotions and feelings. You know, I know our members were thankful that they did sign the treaty. Because I know those that signed the treaty were interested in making sure that we're going to be around into the future. And but we ceded almost 20 million acres of land to reserve for ourselves a homeland, and that we could live forever and be the people our Creator intended us to be. And then folks that know our history, we know that over time with federal policy and eventual termination of the treaty and that federal relationship in 1954, we've been through a lot. And then again, restored back to federal recognition in 1986, but only after there was loss of our reservation lands and the lands that we intended to secure forever through treaty were lost. And but thankful that the treaty's there because the treaty ensures the protection of our treaty rights, and which are so important to us. Our treaty hunting, fishing, gathering, trapping rights that have been affirmed by the courts, and that are very important to our folks, and to protecting the resources important to us to this day. And thankful that we're restored back to federal recognition, and the way we look at it is the federal government is now with that federal relationship, providing the benefits and services that were due us when we signed the treaty and ceded over 20 million acres to the federal government for the benefit of U.S. citizens. So, 1864 Treaty Day, out by Council Grove, near the historic agency, Klamath Agency that burnt down, was where our treaty signers met. Many of us are related to the treaty signers, here today. And so because of their foresight and their interests, though maybe they didn't feel like they had a lot of choice, but they signed the treaty and preserved us so we can be here today. So we want to remember that day. While Ellsworth's coming in, is there anybody that wants to add any comments or thoughts about that? I could be telling jokes to kill time, but but I don't know very many good jokes, but I used to know some. But Ellsworth's on the phone. He got called away. It must have been a pretty important call, so he should be here shortly. And as soon as we have a quorum, we'll move forward. Thanks, everyone.
I did it, it was a Cherokee budget, I did it the week before, so I switched to group. That's how I found it so fast. Yeah.
We just had it verified. There were 27 treaty signers representing our Huascan Paiute, our Modoc, and our Klamath leaders at the time.
Yeah. Much faster than my time. Yeah, me too. Do you think it's this phone? Maybe a conference phone, probably? Because I don't think it's what's in the phone. A microphone that I don't have to switch on with the thing. Yeah.
I'm going to go let Ellsworth know that we maybe need him for a quorum. So he's on the phone. He got distracted. Okay, Jennifer, thank you.
I think it is, maybe it's his conference phone?
So it is the phone.
Yeah.
When the phone call's on, it beeps. Right when the conference call line is open.
It doesn't do it when we have a conference call in the council chambers with some of the same participants. So I think it's this conference phone itself.
Maybe we'll switch it out and see if that makes a difference.
I don't know. Well, I don't know.
We're doing it fine. Except for me.
Yeah.
Okay, we now have a quorum, so we're going to reconvene our meeting. I have 1:10 p.m. And next up, we have our visitors from the high schools, Rita and Scott. And we have a proposal, I believe, that's in our documents before us. But if you'd like to come forward, appreciate it. Good to see you folks today.
So whoever's the shortest has to choose that one. I couldn't get it up.
Can we both lean in?
Yeah, there's another one right there.
Well, I can lean down. First off, I'd like to thank you guys for having us here. And we'd also like to thank you for your continued support of our schools, working with us to provide much needed resources for our teachers and ultimately our students. So first off, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for all you do for our students.
So, I think
There's one that you
There's
can
a
hold.
wireless you can maybe grab. It's pretty easy.
It should be turned on.
Okay, I think our goal today was grades came out last Friday, and usually it's a 6-week grading period. It was a 4-week because we started 2 weeks late because of the fire, so it kind of came fast. We're taking the ownership that maybe things. Well, I'm speaking for Scott too. He's going to take the ownership too. But on our school, things came fast, and we didn't catch it soon enough. But our kids academically were not turning in the work that we were hoping, and it became very apparent last Friday when we did our grades that our kids are participating in the Zoom meetings. So they're logging into our Zoom meetings. They're doing really well there. But when the meeting is over, their school day seems to end, and they're not doing the work that needs to be turned in. And so when it comes time for grades, it's really hard to give your kids grades if they haven't gotten the work turned in. And so our teachers were scrambling, and we're going to take ownership of that because that was something we should have caught sooner, and we didn't. So we needed to start brainstorming right away of what can we do to help solve that problem, because it's a huge problem right now that we're seeing. And Scott might have a little different opinion, but that's kind of where our problem solving at the elementary started, was that's how it kind of began there.
Yeah, and at the high school, slightly different, same end result. We started off the year really pleased with our kids. I think they were really wanting to get engaged and come back and meet with their teachers and meet with their fellow students. And so our first couple of weeks, actually, I saw a lot of participation, and then I think the newness kind of wore off of the whole Zooming and online learning, and it started tapering off the next couple of weeks. And so the end result is a lot of our kids are struggling, like Rita said with hers, and we're trying to figure out how can we get our kids more engaged, and also how can we help mitigate some of the losses that we had in the springtime. And I think Rita's probably got a similar position of our kids that just were missing some stuff from last year. And it's, one area it's super noticeable is like math. You fall behind, and now we're expecting them to be ready for freshman algebra, and they really didn't have a full 8th grade year anyways. And we're noticing that as right now as we're moving on, trying to get going through our curriculum, and the kids are very mixed results as far as all of our kids participating. Some are doing great and really gung-ho and participating, and others are falling behind. And we can't, do we leave them behind, or do we slow the whole class down? And trying to balance that is kind of our challenge, and one of the ideas behind the request in front of you today.
I think we brainstormed, and I appreciate council's support, because you guys are always willing to help brainstorm, because we do not have all the answers at this point. And so the last thing that we tried to brainstorm up was how can we provide additional support. We can't ask, and I think one of the problems was we're having a hard time finding adults to provide that support. And we can't ask our teachers to do that during their school day, or our staff, because they're assigned to doing things all day long. However, we could offer after school or after hours support for families. And so that's the proposal that we have. Roberta, we didn't print it, sorry.
No, we have it.
Oh, okay. So the proposal would be that we would offer an hour after school of tutoring for families, and they could do it 2 days a week. So we would have 4 days a week after hour tutoring, but families would only get 2 of those 4 days. So they could be a Monday, Wednesday family or a Tuesday, Thursday family. And they would come receive an hour of tutoring by families. I explained to my staff, if we're going to do something like this, it's going to be very, very specific on what they're doing. So the staff would log into the kids' Schoology account. They would list everything that needs to be turned in. And then when the kid got there, they would already have that list in front of them so that you could say, okay, did you turn this in? If they say no, but they had the paper, great, let's turn it in right now. Or, no, I don't know how to do it. Okay, let's work on that. And so then they can check off what should be turned in, and say there's 5 assignments. They can get 3 of them done, but 2 they didn't get done. They would then tell the parents, when the parents pick the kids up, hey, they have 2 more assignments they need to get done. Here they are, though. Because it is very, very hard for parents, if you have multiple kids, to try and figure out what needs to be done, because you didn't sit through all 3 of those classes on the online part. And so this way, our staffs understand the platform enough to where they can go in and say, okay, what needs to be turned in? What does that look like? And then that would be 2 days a week that families would be able to come and really, hopefully, get help on that work and also get that organization of what needs to be turned in and when.
Could you explain the reasoning about Chiloquin schools not opening and not being able to reopen, and that's the reason we're asking?
Yeah, so we're in a really tough situation right now, right or wrong. We are the only school in this I am the only elementary school, sorry, Scott is not. I am the only elementary school in this county that does not have an open school. So we are not able to open our building. You have to have 3 good weeks of data. So we can't hit 21 or higher for 3 weeks in a row, or we will not be allowed to open. So right now, we are under those guidelines. We did not open in the fall. They're working on ventilation. We cannot do I only have 4 classrooms that I can open right now with a temporary fix. So that's where the tutoring would have to happen. But right now, we're not able to open, and we don't know when. The soonest possible open date right now is November 2nd, and that's if our weeks stay good for this week, next week, and the following week. Scott isn't open. You can explain.
Yeah, we are not open as well. I mean, obviously, it's not the building issue, but same thing. Conversed with you guys earlier in August, I think it was. Rather play it safe and open slowly. That came to bite us a little bit in not being able to open. But this will help us because we can't bring back students as easy during the day under the guidelines as of now. The after-school tutoring is outside of those school hours. It's going to be drop-off, and so we can kind of, I wouldn't say skirt the guidelines, but we can kind of fall under different guidelines by bringing them in after school. We're not limited to just the kids that we currently bring in. And so it kind of gives us a little bit more flexibility to help those kids that are struggling. And just that flexibility is going to be crucial.
And then I think just with the proposal, we talked to our HR department, and that's where we got the amount. So it's a curriculum rate. It's a tutoring rate is what our district has as a code. And then we also put in there a small amount for snacks because we really find that that's helpful. If the kids are hungry and you're trying to get them to do work, anytime we do an after school anything, we try to have snacks available for the kids. So that's why we put in the extra part, just so that we could have snacks available. Brandy, did you have a question?
Obviously, a comment. So, I have my 2 grandsons that go to Bricksbury in town. So I know they're the same way. They think as soon as the Zoom is over, that school's over. And the last couple weekends, I've spent 8 hours with one and 5 trying to get them caught up. What I find hard is the assignments are all on the Chromebooks and stuff, but it's easier if you can have a hard copy. So I kind of miss the packets that were being sent home back in March and April. That might be something, And even their textbooks, I had to go pick up textbooks because they're not comprehending how to search and read that and do their assignments. And so I'm finding that it's easier if you can have a hard copy or paper copies of the assignments. So.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of us not, like, when we all decided that, hey, we need to hold off a little bit, and then the fire hit and everything, we sent everything home. So our students have all their textbooks at home. They have a binder, so we purchased binders, and all of their math at the elementary is printed off. So they have paper copies of everything. What the trick is now is even if they're doing the paper copy, it's getting it back. Yep, and so the platform is pretty easy. You can take a picture of it and upload it. It's just getting that process done. And so that's what we're hoping if kids are coming in, families that are struggling with that, we can show them. And we can also, if maybe they're not comfortable doing the pictures, then we have the paper copy and they can hand it to us. We can get it to that teacher. But paper copies, I think I agree with you. As a parent, I make my kids do it all on paper, even though it's online, because there's so much screen time that these guys are getting right now. And so we are trying to really be aware of that.
And to address that same concern, we at the high school were just working on a parent survey this morning, trying to elicit that same type of feedback. What is working, what's not working, what can we do to help you guys? And, you know, obviously if that's one of the predominant themes from that survey, then we'll take that back and try to figure out how we can meet that need. So.
And even when they're trying to submit their assignments, I mean, that's an issue. Or, oh, you have to go to this Google or whatever and try to submit. I mean, yeah, it's been frustrating. So
Member
I can
Dumont?
imagine.
Yeah, given that we have a lot of members watching and some of them are no doubt parents, I just wanted to make sure that they knew that the problem with trying to get the schools open, as I understand it, the metrics that are preventing us are not stopping the other schools from staying open, which doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, and if I can address that, so following some revisions and some guidelines from the ODE, Ready Schools, Safe Learners program, kind of summed it up. Colt Gill and the ODE kind of walked back a little bit on once schools are open, they're being a little bit more flexible and not forcing them to close as soon as that number gets hit. Whereas in the original document, basically that 30 number was a threshold. If they were under 30, we can bring kids back or bring more kids back. And then once you are sustained over that 30, the original guidance was then you've got to go ahead and go back to distance learning. The state has kind of walked back that and grade that line. So once you're in place, you're supposed to work with your local health authority and deem whether you need to go, can stay in school or go back. Unfortunately, they're not graying that line as to if we're not in place, stepping it back in. And so one of them's kind of turned into a gray area and the other one's still a hard black line. And unfortunately, we're on this side of that black line, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and for our members, I mean, it sounds to me like a kind of bureaucratic irrationality. And so I just wanted folks to know, the tribal members who are watching, that Tribal Council is going to try to weigh in on this with the state and follow up and see what we can do.
We appreciate that.
Could those on the phone please mute?
Chairman?
Yes.
Hi, this is Chief Judge Davis.
Okay, somebody on the phone has a child in the background and somebody else on the phone can't hear the conversation. So if participants can mute.
Not me.
I know.
So I understand time is of the essence for you guys. So I have two quick questions. One, if you knew how many families were going to be able to help with this. And then my next question would be the way to make it happen the most quickly with the general manager.
Okay. And we, basically the proposal that we were asking for would allow for, I believe, 10 staff members. Yeah, total, 5 at each school, 4 days a week. So basically, each school would be able to have 5 groups of kids, so 10 groups a week, and each of those groups at school. And each of those groups, it depends on the family unit size. And so if we had a couple of families with 1 or 2 kids, we could put them with 1 staff member. If we had a family with 4 or 5 kids, we'd probably just have them by themselves with 1 staff member. And so, you know, upwards of 50 families, yeah, if I did the math right.
Yeah, and I think we have to be cautious because if we pack 10 kids in, that's not doable in an hour for one person to figure out all the assignments that it's hard. I have 3 kids and it's hard for me to figure out my 3. So I think we were going to be cautious and say probably 4, maybe 6 they could take on per session, depending, because if they're in the same grade, that's easier. But if they're not, and we don't want to mix a whole lot of we really need to keep our numbers low so we can open school. And so mixing families is not going to help that. And so, being cautious of that and making sure we're distancing our kids and keeping that separate is going to be a goal. But I do think that 50 is probably a pretty accurate number of how many families we could help.
So I wanted to ask the general manager, assuming that we're going to approve this, how we can expedite it, because every day our kids are falling further behind over there. And also just wanted to check on the last award that we approved to see what the status of that one is.
Yeah.
Thank you, council member. And I haven't looked at the documents, so this is new to me. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about still. I haven't heard a number. I just hear that sounds like we are potentially paying for some tutors. So I don't know what the number is, not that the number really matters, as long as it's not over $35 million. Part of my question is with the recent one that Secretary just brought to my desk, I read through it, didn't quite understand what it is, except for the letter, which was great, and we're going to move forward with the letter as quickly as possible. But I guess my question is the fiduciary responsible entity. Is it the Chiloquin Elementary School or is it the Klamath County School District? Who is the responsible fiduciary entity for these funds is kind of the question that I had. The other one, I just got it about an hour ago. I forwarded it to Leanne, to Corrine, to Jana, and Kathy, and said, take a look at this and let me know if we need anything else. Otherwise, let's get a PO going and we'll figure out on the back end. On this one here, I don't know what that number looks like, but I would suggest that you work with me directly. And if you don't get a response back from me, like within 24 hours via email, call me, because the last email I cannot find. I don't know what happened. I have IT looking at our email system. Something went wrong, so we lost time. But my question with the paperwork that was just submitted is the school the fiduciary? Who's the fiduciary? So I think I'll check with Leanne, but I would think we would need that signature of whoever the fiduciary responsible party is for these funds.
Thank you, and it would actually be the district would do this. And then for the first one, the award that you guys approved already, that would be treated as a grant through our district, and all the accounting would go through the district and stuff. Would you need, and maybe this is what they need to work out, then receipts when this is all done to verify that those funds are accurate and okay. And then as far as the second one is a payroll costs. And so the district would do all of that through our payroll system, and then any funds not spent would be reimbursed, and I don't know what that would look like. It'd have to be by a certain date depending on your funds and what that is. So we could work that out, definitely. Did that answer everything? Yeah. Okay.
And thank you. I know it took a little time, but I just wanted to make sure we got this all done while we were here, so we didn't retreat back to our offices and it gets lost.
Thank you, Clay. Well, any questions or comments? I'm just, there's several amounts here. I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly what we do. It's okay. So I know there's other lists. It's 20,500. Okay. So what are the wishes of the council? I'd entertain a motion to approve the request as presented. Okay. Vice Chair and second by Member Dumont. Treasurer. I call her Vice Chair. But so any further discussion or questions?
Chairman, just for our members who are watching, it's for $20,500.
Yes. Thank you. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. I see 4 or 5. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed. Abstentions? 1 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
We
so
appreciate
much.
it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right. Okay, that brings us to the next agenda item. We still haven't, let's see. So looks like we're to the groundwater, surface water phase 2,
No, Chairman, we're at number 6.
number 6. Oh, okay. And is George or Kathy going to do that?
I know Chief Judge is on for their portion of it,
Okay,
so we could start with that one maybe?
okay. Chief Judge, if you'd like to lead us through, we'd turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on something that's so positive and critically important to the tribe. Because I'm not on the ground there, I've relied heavily on Danita to go through, and she did a walkthrough, and we're just kind of at this point in time in a holding pattern until the inspections go through on the blue shirts and go forward on that. And I just want to thank both council and administration for moving this forward in such a timely way. And I think Danita's on the line as well. Yes, I am. So I'm going to turn it over to Danita at this point in time for any questions that you may have for us. And
Okay, thank you.
here we are.
So I do have a question, because we did receive paperwork for an amount, and it wasn't for the property itself, it was for $136,000. Were you going to speak on that today?
On the judiciary stuff, Roberta?
Huh?
On the judiciary stuff, Roberta? Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Yes.
The project? Yeah, this project has come before tribal council, I think, 3 different times. This is the one where we're working on the domestic relations ordinance. So this one has been approved, and we have not spent any money out of this project yet. What we are doing currently is working on a personal service contract with Mr. Goodman for the domestic relations ordinance. And I sent you an email on.
Okay.
And the purpose of the domestic relations ordinance is, under current tribal law, the court can issue restraining orders. And I think I mentioned this before, under the juvenile court when children are involved, but that's it as far as the broad base. So it was identified that the domestic violence code, in order to affect the secondary effects of COVID, because we're seeing an increased rise in domestic violence across the board. So this will allow for a tribal response and an immediate response and tribal law that could address tribal needs.
Okay, so it's already been approved and we don't have to do anything with it today?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Nope. It's going to the budget committee on the 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah, but this one in particular has come before you guys a couple times, and Clay had us write a justification and presented it to when you guys did the online one, where tribal membership was on a couple months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and got approved a couple times.
Okay, because it was
Still the same.
it was dated October 2nd, so I just thought it was something we hadn't approved yet.
No, it's still the same one, Roberta. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification there. You want to ask? Go ahead.
Is the most stipulation in there?
Well, it looks like we approve. I mean, there was a letter that was signed.
Roberta, is there a question? Because I can't hear. I just kind of can hear a little
Yeah.
bit in the background.
They're talking to each other up on the dais.
So Danita, as I understand, then we approved it without a budget, is that the case?
You approved the what? What is the question? I'm not, sorry.
Okay, so
What are you talking about? Display?
the documents that we've been presented with, that you said, the amount requested $136,000. You said that we had already approved this. Did we approve the project without a budget? And if not, then why is it going to budget committee after it's already been approved?
Administratively, we have to take this budget that we got approved from tribal council through the administrative budget process. So now, after tribal council approved it, Kathy is having us take it to the budget committee. Is that what your question was?
So isn't that slowing down the process though?
I'm just following what they're having to do, Berta. But I thought the same thing. I said, because it feels like it's putting us back like a few weeks back, where because we're on a time-sensitive issue that we need to get this, these services rolling. But I'm just doing what they told me to do, Roberta.
And you're doing the right thing, Danita. This is Kathy. So once an application is approved, you do follow the process like any other grant award, and you take that budget before the budget committee. So it's treated just like any other grant award. They have that grant award, the application that's been approved, I believe, what did the total amount come to on your guys's?
136,000 total.
Okay, and that's what you do your budget for. So you were told correctly that you do still do a budget, you treat it just like a grant award, and you go before the budget committee. So all of the administration projects that will be approved will follow that same process.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So I have a question. This is Councilmember Palace, and either the judge or the judicial director can answer. But on page, I believe it's, so I'm looking at the cover page with the award letter, and then the second page, Project 2 description, item A, number 2. It says, identify inconsistencies in draft family law, domestic violence, elder domestic relations code. And then in the, it looks like, the scanned copy I'm looking at is going to be, let me see if I can find the page. I'm trying to find, I guess it would be on your budget, under subcontracts, and it's the $40,000 for that ordinance. I'm just wondering if that's the only ordinance being looked at, because I was under the impression that because of COVID, we've identified several of our ordinances are out of date and need to be updated, included our health ordinances, housing, and I was thinking that we would be updating every single ordinance and make them available and not just scanned copies of scanned copies. And so I was kind of hoping that that's where we were going with that. Was that not the case?
The ordinance that we were working on and that we have tried to get, we're trying to get it done in a really quick time, because we have such a restricted time frame with having to have this stuff done. I'm thinking by the end of November, so it can get approved, was the domestic relations ordinance because of the increase of domestic violence. The elders ordinance is going to be worked on through the victims coordinator, the Office of Victims of Crime project. And so our victim coordinator is working on the elders, vulnerable populations, and other issues in that ordinance. So currently we are spearheading 2 ordinances with 2 different pots of money. And I do agree that all of our ordinances need to be worked on, but what we could do with the CARES money was address the ordinances that relate to COVID issues.
Okay, because I I'm pretty sure I saw this on the tribal judges website. I can't remember the correct name for it, but we talked about this several meetings ago about the need, one of the needs that COVID-19 has, that have arisen during COVID-19 for all tribes is the lack of updated ordinances, especially when we're dealing with stuff like what we're doing right now, dealing with online meetings, things like that. So like a committee ordinance, for example, would be updated, but it's not really the role of tribal council. I know we've worked on updating the ordinances, so I guess I'm not really sure. I just thought if we were going to take advantage of this, we could have somebody, if we're going to pay a paralegal or a legal entity to look at our ordinances, we could look at all of them. I don't know what the cost of that would be, because some of the ordinances are already written. A lot of times they just need to be updated or include those specific things. So I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't aware that we were only doing 2 separate ordinances.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Councilman Pellis. What we had to do in order to be able to work on the domestic relations ordinance was write a justification and how it related to COVID. So, I don't know, that's pretty much all we could do. And with a time frame, we could just do that one. Yeah. And I don't know whose position it is to work on ordinances either. I'm not sure. But we did take on this one.
Secretary?
This isn't about that particular question. I have another question on the budget process, because I didn't realize that after these were approved, they would have to go through a budget process. I'm wondering if whether or not we would need to have more budget committee meetings in order to expedite. Yeah, because we're coming up on a hard close, and we're not moving, as fast as we need to.
Thank you, Secretary Frost. I asked for that. I asked for a special budget meeting because of the COVID stuff for the CARES money.
That's what I'm asking our budget committee, if that's possible.
Thank you.
And staff, of course, because you have to prepare the budgets.
Thanks, Kathy.
So the reason that they go before the budget committee again is so that it's inputted into our system. And so that allows for them to have their fund numbers, and then the ability for finance to track the expenditure and the line items. So we've been allowing for, once they're approved at your level, the administration, to already assign them a fund number so that they can already start spending.
So they can start
Yes.
spending it without
Yes.
the budget? Okay.
Yes, so we already do that.
Okay.
And then it's expected of that director to go before the budget committee.
Okay.
So like education, they've already been assigned an award, a fund number, and they're expending those.
Okay.
So I would assume that tribal court would be able to communicate with Leanne, show them the award, and then they get the number prior to a budget committee approval if they'd like.
Okay.
And Kathy, how many are there?
So we have 2 approved right now. We have the education, the remote capabilities, tribal court, administration. Is that today being approved? Going before you?
Oh, so it's already signed. The whole purpose of this is
Oh.
for council to see what was approved. So because the chairman already signed the approval, we want you asked that we present these.
Okay.
So George would like you to present.
Oh. Okay.
Delegation.
So are we done with tribal, or the judiciary, tribal courts application and questions?
So I certainly have no qualms about the ordinances being looked at. I just would like at some point us to really seriously consider updating all our ordinances, because a lot of them are really outdated, and I don't know, maybe that's a separate discussion we need to have with court and the various departments responsible or committees responsible. But I think that's, so some of the things we've come across on the council level is that a lot of the ordinances contradict each other, or
That
some of the
gives me-
things we're trying to do now. So that's something we need to seriously consider maybe, and I'm not trying to put pressure on because of the deadline, but it is something important we need to do. But I don't want the court to think I'm trying to stall what they're doing, because I know those ordinances are just as important, but it was a question I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
Okay. I'm here to present Tribal Administration's CARES Act funding application. And the total amount for Tribal Administration's request is $3,877,200. And I'll go down the line item for each of those projects to that totals that amounted request. Number one, we have improved telework capabilities project to promote social distancing and prevent the spread of COVID. Employees have been encouraged to work remotely by telework capabilities and equipment are not up to standards to adequately work remotely. During the building closure and are required remote work, this option is necessary to continue to perform essential services to tribal membership. Tribal Administration would like to update equipment, internet, and other requirements. And that total is $2 million. And I believe on there, I'm looking down to see if we've identified it separately, but that is also inclusive of the technical equipment to allow for tribal council to hold general council and to communicate with other buildings with the hardware that we've been purchasing, the computers, the televisions, the TVs, on all the software. So that $2 million is inclusive of all that technical capabilities. Number two, retroactive and hazard pay for employees. This is an allowable expense for essential employees who are identified as frontline staff and or performing tasks, duties associated with the CARES Act funding. Tribal Administration has taken the steps to ensure frontline and essential employees are compensated for their dedication to the tribes and its members during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have $350,000.
Ask a question about that.
Yes, Member Dumont.
Okay, so we've been having discussions with other general managers about this as well and are trying to be as equitable as we can. So I guess that the language from the FAQs are important for me. I don't remember the frontline part of it. I know it says something about mitigating and preventing. But I just want to make sure that we're being consistent across all the entities here.
So use standard language from the U.S. Treasury?
Yes.
Or how we're applying that?
Yes, and I want to make sure, as I understand it, right, the extra pay can be for those who are directly involved with mitigating and preventing, and there may have been one other word in there.
Responding?
Responding. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear about what that means and what sorts of employees that includes, so that we can make that language standard across all of the entities.
If I may, I appreciate the question because I think it's clear, in my mind at least, for instance, and obviously I have nothing to do with the casino, but as an example, a casino that has staff cleaning, disinfecting, taking temperature checks, doing something different than what they were doing before, in my mind, is added duties to their job description and justification for an increase in the pay to those employees. Other employees, such as a health clinic worker dealing directly with COVID, is hazard pay. So the way that the U.S. Treasury defined hazard pay, it's not defined as, well, you make me go into the public and I'm now at a higher risk and I get hazard pay. That's not how the U.S. Treasury defined it.
So, General Manager, then what is frontline referred to here?
In my mind, frontline refers to the folks that are dealing directly, for instance, our security that's taking the temperature checks out in the front. Theoretically, we could probably have categorized them as hazard pay, but here at admin, we decided to go with added duties. So frontline staff, in my mind, theoretically are the folks that are really dealing out with the front door, dealing directly with the clients, trying to identify any symptoms, trying to make sure that they're not COVID symptomatic, asking the questions. But essential staff are different than the frontline staff. So to me, what's more important in my mind is that if there's entities that are added duties, they should identify those in the job description and not call it hazard pay per se, I think it's safer just to say added duties and compensation for those added duties.
So I just want to make sure that folks who are watching aren't confused, right? When we say front line, we're not simply talking about people who are working with the public, right?
That is correct.
That what we're talking about, right, is people who have extra duties because of the virus and are working, right, to prevent, to mitigate, and what was the other word?
Respond.
And respond to the virus.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Clay. I appreciate that.
And then to be really clear, as George stated, we have added all those job duties in those specific job descriptions. Even for staff that are responding, preparing, mitigating any COVID-19, and that's in regards to managing the CARES Act funding even. So general managers that are having oversight over those projects. And we made it very clean and clear so that it is in their job descriptions, specific requirements. And we would be able to share that with other entities if they'd like, that language, so they can add that to their job descriptions.
Chairman. Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
So we can do that definitely. Laurel probably has a standard language to add, and we can share that with all the entities.
Good.
And then
it would be nice if, if it's a small little paragraph length thing, to share it with all employees everywhere that work for the tribes.
Okay.
So, because we get these questions constantly, and, people are right to ask them.
Yes.
So.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
And then the retro just meant that it went back. So there was a period of time, I believe, in the beginning where initially everyone was getting it that came in and was performing essential services because it was hazard. And that was when we had the building closure. So everyone that was coming in, we kept a list. After that, it was stopped. And then a period of time, we kept those on that was fulfilling hazard type responsibilities. Then it changed the U.S. Treasury guidelines to essential service type definition work. And so that's where we added that. We felt that we should add that to their job descriptions. And we're really clear with that. And then it was retro back to when we stopped. And I believe, I know tribal health, I think they pretty much kept going because they had a different definition. And I'm not sure about the other entities, but they did all put retro to go back. So whenever everyone stopped, like the travel center, they should go back. They put money in to do that. Go back to when they stopped getting that. Same with casino. That's why that retro. That's what that means, that retro.
Thanks, Kathy.
Purchase of PP&E. Tribal administration and its OEM manager have taken the steps to research and purchase PPE equipment and supplies that will help administration plan, prepare for, and prevent the spread of COVID-19. Examples of those purchases are temperature kiosks, masks, hand sanitizers, touchless paper towel dispensers, cleaning products, contracts with tribal members to sell reusable face coverings, planned purchase of travel trailers to isolate COVID-19 positive members. Also within there, we purchased the safety barriers for desks and the front lobby. And that total is $100,000. Hire staff in response to COVID-19 expenditures. Tribal administration has taken steps to hire temporary tribal members to help in administration with emergency fund payments, janitorial staff, finance, and other areas of administration as needed. $350,000. We have 2 janitors and 3 emergency assistance program staff. And then finance, I don't know, do they have 2? 2? Reimbursement costs for COVID expenditures. Initial PP&E was purchased with indirect funds prior to the CARES Act. Those indirect funds were reimbursed by the CARES Act funds. That total came to $30,000 that we identified. Expenses for food delivery to residents. Tribal administration provided funds to contract for food delivery services to tribal members. 200,000. Paid sick and paid family and medical leave to public employees. Tribal administration employees receive sick and paid family and medical leave per adopted policy for COVID-19, 150,000 for that. 8, improve mitigation measures to remodel current office space to prevent COVID-19 materials, plexiglass, safety guards for desks and reception area, 100,000. Oh, so we did separate that out, sorry. 9, homeless response, 2 weeks at a hotel. Tribal administration is providing 2 hotel stay to homeless tribal members to get them out of the elements and prevent the spread of COVID-19, 40,000. Rental assistance for housing department clients, funds to help a housing clients with rental assistance payments while isolated due to COVID-19. Now Roberta's working on that to where I get the program's names wrong, the rental assistance, that's the Section 8, similar to Section 8. So it couldn't be budgeted for, so the tribe currently budgets the 80%, so she's gonna be paying the 20%. So she's going back to March to December to pay that 20% that they had. And then for the tribal homes, she's going back, I think it's April through December to pay their rent. And those that have already paid it will get credited back for the following year.
It says in here for isolated, but is it for
Change that.
everyone?
Mhm, it's for everyone.
Okay.
It'll be for everyone. So we can modify that, can't we? When we make the motion? We didn't catch that. We didn't catch that. But that's what that will mean.
Okay.
Is there, okay.
So, so if it's not isolated, how are we justifying it relative to the virus?
Well, I think they had to stay home, probably,
Okay.
when everybody was at stay-at-home orders across the country.
Okay, so it's not like they have increased rent.
So they probably will have to use the same words, the language that we've identified as how they've been impacted on our application. We'll have to use some of that similar language of how they've been impacted, and maybe we might have to just sign a form, have them sign forms, using that same checkoff list, if you've been impacted by any of these areas due to COVID, and then we put that in their file. So that covers that. If you've been affected or impacted by COVID in any of those identified areas, check that box, sign it, and then we can put it in there. Does that sound, I mean, we're standardizing everything.
No, I get that, and I don't want to not help people. I'm just thinking about that kind of logic could be applied to folks who rent but don't rent tribal housing.
Mm-hmm.
So something else to think about there as far as being equitable.
Yeah.
Of how we could do some more outreach.
Yeah.
Okay. Purchase of Blue Church, 35601 South Chilcoin Highway, Chilcoin, Oregon. Property will allow tribal administration to plan, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 to further distance employees from each other. $315,000. Cold storage facility. This unit will be purchased to hold purchased and donated foods that will go to the tribal members that are isolated, out of work due to COVID-19, or in need of additional food. $27,000. That will be located at Gosagligawa Center. We've been looking at a site near the disposal bin. HVAC renovations. The units will improve airflow within administration and other tribal offices. For $20,000. Child care reimbursement fund for workers who are affected by COVID and school-aged children. $12 an hour for 8 hours, 5 days for child care. Figured $19.20 per month per person for 20 staff people, total of $115,200. Now, the question could be on that one too is thinking, how do we help other people that aren't employed with the tribe? So, that have similar. But anyway, that total comes to, I mean, really, we have to think that way. And
Yeah.
so maybe our directors can go back to the drawing board of how could we, what, is there programs we can set up within, those associated departments that can set up programs to help those that aren't employed with the tribe or aren't living in our homes. And it's an application process within their programs. Oh, I mean, that's, they're,
Yeah. That's,
it'll be work,
I'm
but
just
I mean,
anticipating
its
the
way to
questions.
be equitable is
Yeah.
an application process. I
Because
know
we're
you
gonna
guys
get-
don't like to hear that, but it would be an application process.
We're going to get asked.
Okay. The total request, $3,877,200, and that is for now. We already know that we will need to make amendments. The remote capabilities project has doubled, which is awesome. But it's doubled since the initial request. Oh, that's not even in ours, that's in our own, huh? Okay, never mind. But I mean, it's doubled. She'll be coming back again, it's doubled.
Yeah, Ms. Meadows.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
mhm.
So, again, for people that are watching, we're not talking about what's being done here in the auditorium. We're talking about the technology for tribal members. And the reason it's doubled is because there are more requests.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was presenting and I didn't read up on this.
You're doing great, though.
Okay. Let's see. That is it for the projects.
So speaking of the tech for tribal members, and I know we just revised the second application, but that wasn't included on the second application, just the first one. So if they applied the first time, but didn't put that, because I think a lot of tribal members were confused on what that even meant, and they just wanted the, you know, the emergency assistance, how would they go about seeking that? Just call Julie.
Okay.
Call Julie.
Julie to the rescue.
Thank you, Julie.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. Thank you for seeing me this afternoon. Willa, that's a great question. And we do get those questions and field a lot of phone calls every single day. In fact, our afternoons are just phone calls, really reaching out to individual tribal members. So from the first application, we're still fielding phone calls saying, I just thought it was funding. How do I get a computer? So, and we do realize that a lot of people, they may or may not have seen that little box that says technology. If they call in, I'll take their phone number and or I will patch them on through Aurelia, who's the coordinator, active coordinator that's dealing with the database. We will get an email and then she'll have that one-on-one conversation to verify and validate the physical address, to hear what their needs are, to assess their needs, and help them make the decision to the proper technology that they might need, whether it's a desktop, because a lot of people are calling in saying, I really want a desktop. And then we're like, well, there is mobile capability in case you do travel. And they're like, oh, well, maybe I do need a laptop. So really assessing their needs and making that liaison. And then once that happens, then we reach back out to Kathy's team that's taken the input, the original applications, and they may have already processed them. We request the copies of those so that we have a good record of who's actually requested, inquired, and said yes, expressed the need. So we're not just ordering things for non-existent tribal members. They actually have an application, they have a valid inquiry, we're doing the follow-up and we're adding them to the list. So, and I know I was here 2 weeks ago to provide an update, and Kathy is correct. I did come back with a request for increase of funding from the original $435,000. It's now up to $855,000 is the request that I have submitted. I already have a budget revision prepared in the event that it does get approved. I'm ready to go with that. As of to date, I can give an update on that. We have ordered over 1,000 items. That's projects, that's operating systems with the accessories, whether that's a printer, the mouse, the keyboards, the backpacks, as well as the warranties And the operating systems are also now going to be getting the Microsoft suite, because we realize that is a tool that's very beneficial and is needed for everybody to be able to, for writing capability, and also working with our services within the Klamath tribes. So with that mentioned, 700 and I did send a message that has the updated number of requests. As of 12 October, which was Monday, we have a total of, I can't even read my own typing here, 738 active applications, of which we are serving 334 tribal member requests. So 334 tribal members that have put in a request, we have put on order their operating system. So that's half, roughly half. We still have approximately 7%. It's just really difficult to get that validated address. So, and a lot of the tribal members are utilizing P.O. boxes. The vendor is not wanting to deliver to P.O. boxes. So it's very important to answer that call. And I understand tribal members are probably getting tired of hearing from the tribes trying to follow up and validate information. But we're at the point where we want to do the delivery process and get them their items in time. We currently, we slowed down a little bit because those two orders, like I'd mentioned, is over 1,000 items. With our vendor, we have to make sure that they also have the team in place to get our orders in accurately. So we're doing them in batches. We did one order for Chiloquin, and that was the addresses in Chiloquin. And then we started going in order of how our applications are processed. So order number 1 through X is those have been placed on order.
That's
so
fine.
I think it puts us all the way through the end of August.
Are we still on for the deliveries to start showing up the 1st of November?
Yes, so those first orders that went out last Friday, and they said it's going to take them 3 weeks, and then they're going to send out the order. So I'm anticipating that it's going to be the first to second week of November for that big first order to come out. And that's going to serve as 153 of our tribal members right off the bat, because that's a distribution.
And that's in the
right
Chiloquin
in
area?
Chiloquin, yes.
Okay. And those all should roughly show up around the same time?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we're hoping, to receive pallets of those. And I asked the rest of the education department staff, you know, there's going to be a week here where everybody's going to be involved a little bit with this project. And we have the forms already, the Excel files already done, the documents already in place for signatures, so that tribal members will have to sign for their system. And where the notifications are going to go out a week ahead of time by email and phone call. So we're not going to blast it on Facebook and say, if you ordered a computer, come get it.
So-
Because what we don't want to happen is people to show up and say, I ordered a computer, but then there's no record of it anyway. So we are encouraging tribal members to go back to, if they haven't applied for CARES Act funding yet, apply through the first application. But if we are getting those phone calls, we are requesting those applications get pulled
So
that we can provide that documentation.
is it just outside of Chiloquin that they're getting delivered to the homes, but in Chiloquin, are you saying that they're going to need to come pick them up?
Yes, we are going to make every effort to have the distribution in Chiloquin. Either and or that, the staff have volunteered if we can't, for some reason, somebody can't get here, we're going to deliver those
Okay,
systems.
but for people watching,
In
watch
Chiloquin.
watch for a delivery, and if that doesn't work, then you'll let them know that they can come here to pick it up. You don't want a whole bunch of people showing up in Chiloquin.
No, they will be
showing-
called. You will
Okay.
be called
All
for a
right.
specific delivery date and time. So it's not just show up and ask for a computer. People will be individually contacted, whether it's 12 people Monday morning at 10. We have your system. It's waiting for you. It's going to be by serialized. They're going to have to sign for it so that we can match up all the documents. And it's for that accountability piece. It's for that auditing piece. So we're making sure that we have that paper trail that connects each operating system with each request, with each financial payment. And we'll be providing that to finance as well.
I'm sorry, I understand all of that. I just want to make sure that people at home that are listening know if they're supposed to wait and it's going to get delivered, or if they're going to get called and they're going to come here.
If you live in the Chiloquin area, you will get a phone call for a specific delivery date to come and coordinate a pickup and or delivery with the education department staff. If you live outside of Klamath County, you will be expecting a delivery, but we will give you a notification when that shipment is being made. If you live in Klamath Falls County, we will have a second distribution. But that's going to be, because we're doing these in batches, the Klamath County distribution is our third order. We only have 2 orders in right now. So I'm anticipating the third order, and I can come back and give another update on these orders as well. The third order should be distributed prior to the end of November. So
I'm sorry, Chairman, one more question.
we have 5
So-
orders total.
Okay, so I'm concerned now, do these all need to be delivered before December 30th? And is that going to happen? Because it sounds like we're getting stretched out quite a ways on the different batches.
We're actually trying to stretch them out a little bit to give the vendor time. We're planning on putting in another order before the end of this week. So we're hoping that the vendor can keep up with us.
Okay, the vendors understand that these have to be delivered by December 30th.
They have to be paid for, right? So yes, once upon receipt, we have to send in the invoice so that they can get paid.
So my understanding is that these things have, whatever's being bought has to be used by the deadline, regardless of whether it's a building or whether it's technology. And so we want to make sure that these things are delivered to the homes by the end of the year.
We're going to do our best, and that's why it's important that tribal members answer our phone calls when we follow up to validate those addresses, because we can't deliver something if we don't have the valid information. Yes.
Can we get an e-blast going out, kind of just a little summary of what you just said to make sure that people are answering the calls, and maybe also if they have put in for that and they haven't got a call, maybe to call because people might have changed their number, or you know how that goes, but just some kind of information out to remind people.
Just an update.
Yeah, some kind of, I mean, the e-blast 2 doesn't even reach everybody gets shipped, but at least it's out there, and I always like to say, please put on there and spread the word, let your family and friends know too, like, hey, did you guys, here, if you didn't get that call yet, call. So, I mean, I hate to see people fall through the cracks, because what's going to happen is this deadline's going to come and go, and then there's going to be people highly upset that they didn't know about it and didn't get an opportunity to benefit from this
And we're
program.
still fielding calls with people saying, I didn't even know I could get a computer.
So I think an e-blast or something, maybe out on Facebook, and tell people to spread the word to let their tribal member family knows too.
Secretary?
Something.
Julie, you mentioned that you sent out an updated report. Did you send it to the GM, or did you send it to council?
I sent it to the general manager. The most updated report is dated October 9th, and then the message request or the memo was sent out on Monday.
We're in the process of coming to council with approval of rates. So that's part of the process.
Okay, because it's just that the numbers and the amounts
Yeah.
weren't matching
Yeah.
anything she was talking
Because
about.
you guys have the final approval, and we need to amend it. So we're behind the ball. So I guess we'll schedule a virtual general council for December 31st. Make sure everybody's using their stuff.
I'm assuming if they have it, they're using it.
And you'll be the host?
Jennifer?
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions about the computer technology project?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's a big and education, and I just thank you, tribal member community, for being patient with the education department. We've taken a lot of hits with this COVID pandemic, with staff in and out. There's been 3 of us in the office of 12, so we're working on 25%, and 2 of us specifically on this project. So it's been a lot of work, but we're keeping up with our higher ed and our AVT and our DEA and all those other programs that we do operate on. So, thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Is that it for the specific projects?
Mr. Chairman, I would
Yes.
like to update the tribal council on the IT project from Troy.
Oh, okay.
Troy is out of the office, dealing with an outside office. I'm helping them over at the commodities, so he's not able to be here today. But he did provide me a quick update in regards to the projects he's working on. But wanted to acknowledge Julie's work. It made me tired just listening to everything they're doing. God, that's a lot to keep straight, so I'm glad that she's on it, and it's not on my desk, but I'm sure it'll get done. But you're absolutely right, Councilmember. They need to be delivered and used before December 30th, or we risk having to at least pay those funds back from I'm not sure where, but from somewhere. So there's 5 projects specifically that Troy updated me on. One is the paperless project, which we talked a little bit about, and that contract's been signed. It's called CDI. Laserfish vendor is setting up the virtual environment for the tribes. In about 2 weeks, they will start working with departments to get their process set up regarding their department file structure. And I was mistaken. It's records that is going to be the first department that's going to go through that process. And then HR will be the second department that'll go through that process, and then they just go right on down the line. Every department has to go through that process. So that's the paperless project. The auditorium, he put down auditorium, but it's the virtual reality for general council and tribal council meetings. All contracts and POs are done. Technology design is set to start the installation the week of October 26th. Should take them about 3 to 4 days to complete. POs have been submitted to order the equipment for the 4 remote locations. I'm not sure if that's going to impact that council meeting at the end of October. It's the week of October 26th. So we may have to change venues for the council meeting. Congregate project is Hunter is at a minimum of 6 weeks out to do the install of the fiber and Wi-Fi at the congregate. Most likely will be around December 1st. So finding the vendors to do this work has really just been time consuming, which is unfortunate. Temperature kiosk. So I had a quick conversation with Troy yesterday. I was, I don't know if disappointment's the right word. I felt as if we were using the kiosk as expensive temperature checkers. They have the ability for face recognition. They have the ability to track who's coming in through that face recognition. So I asked Troy, or more better said, I directed Troy to research what's on those kiosks and take full advantage of the capabilities that they have. To me, it makes no sense to have a kiosk if all it's doing is taking your temperature. So he is going to start working on inputting the face recognition. Everybody has to have their picture taken. It needs to get uploaded into the equipment. The software needs to be installed, the server needs to be purchased, and that'll automate the system further. I'm hoping that from our conversation yesterday or the day before with Health, where they discussed having an app to where people answer questions about how they're feeling that day. They're saying it's more accurate, it's more effective, better for contact tracing, is that every employee at administration will either have it on their personal phone or on their work phone, and they will answer that remotely before coming into the office. They'll have the face recognition in the kiosk, right? And then they can just come in without having people sitting out front doing that checking. Now, if there's guests that come in, we need to come up with a system. I was thinking of maybe having a buzzer outside or something so that if it's a guest, not an employee, they would be required to go to security and they'd go through the process of the temperature check and the symptom check. Anyway, what I'm trying to figure out a way is to not do what we've been doing, which having people up front asking the questions, having your temperature checked, and then walking in. So it just, hopefully that'll expedite that. But
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make trouble. So is Christie just, is there a big line of people at 8 o'clock? Or, I mean, because I can barely work my telephone. I can just imagine, the elder people sitting out there trying to figure out how to answer all the right questions in the right place on their telephones when it's easier just to come in and answer 4 questions from Christie.
I don't think there's a line. I think they're doing, well, we've upped it a little bit to where every question's being asked now. We were getting a little lax on, how are you feeling? Good, okay, come on in. So now they're asking specific 4, 5, 6 specific questions, and today, as a matter of fact, we screened 2 people out. I'm sure that if we wouldn't have asked those questions as specifically as they were asked, they'd be in here. But on the app, I'm not sure. I just heard about it for the first time during, I don't know if Councilmember Dumont was there, with the clinic. And the nurse there that I understand, her name is Misty, highly recommended this app. I have no idea how it works. Believe me, you don't have to be an elder to be clumsy on a smartphone. That's me. So I'm hoping it's user-friendly. I'm hoping that that's a kind of a solution to having somebody sitting out there not using the kiosk to its capability.
I also think it's easier to tell my telephone a lie than it is to tell a person a lie.
Chairman?
Well,
If I may.
I don't know. I mean, I
do. It's called response rate.
Were they going to use that as contract tracing too?
Yes. And the way that it was explained to me, and other council members that were there, please chime in. Don't let me hang here drying.
Well, I was trying.
I was told, what I heard on the phone, it was just a conference call, it was an impromptu call for whatever reason, where she was highly recommending this app. I don't know the app, I've never seen the app. I asked for the name of the app so Troy could take a look at it to see if it's even compatible, to see if it makes sense.
Did you guys get it?
We haven't gotten the name yet, but we need to get that name of the app. But she also said that it's more accurate than asking the questions. I don't know what's true. I try not to lie in my life in general, but, I'm not talking about your life in general. I'm talking about my life in general, but.
Well, no, I want to tell you, right, as someone who's used to do a lot of survey research, right, we know for a fact that if you have a person in front of you asking you questions, right, it's much more difficult to ignore or to not be truthful than if you have something that isn't alive talking to you.
That's what I thought when she said that. Just thinking,
I
I'm
wanna
not
keep-
going to tell you a lie.
Social
Yeah,
scientists
also-
call it reactance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was in the meeting, as were several other people, and Clay, I know, wasn't there. So this is how it all came about. Because we have been so laxed and because everyone's just kind of gone through the motions, I know in the hotel per se, we have had staff come in, go through the screening process, which has also gotten lax there, gone through the kiosk. We also have our list of questions. We also record everything, clock in and say, geez, I'm not feeling good. Clock out, go home, call HR. So that was one, for instance, on our side. They already said they didn't have any symptoms when they came in. They clocked in. So what this system hopefully is going to do, in theory, is a lot of people don't want to be at work anyways. They would rather be at home and get paid. I would assume that they would answer that correctly. Maybe they're not. I don't know, through the research that you guys have done. But through this software, it's going to help in a lot of other areas other than just the screening. The contact tracing is a big one. Going back and looking at electronic logs, which will probably be much, much better than the paper. In theory, it sounded very good. It really does, because also I sent out some information for our kiosks, which our kiosks are, I think, similar to the ones here, just much larger screens, is for all of the staff. We can pull up information if there's a positive, if there's any other information for tracing, that it really does sound slick. We don't know. We haven't seen it. But there was a lot of dialogue for a couple hours, and that horse, we kicked the heck out of it, and we referred to it as a horse because we just kept going round and round. And I actually said, and I'm going to be the one to take the blame, it's not good enough. What we are doing now is not good enough. what has happened with staff getting it and coming to work didn't work. So we need to come up with something, and that was what Misty actually came up with. And at that time, we all asked, and I said, are we going to do that or not? Because if we're not going to do it, let's look at something else. So we did approve it on that call, just kind of by consensus to go ahead and look forward, or look at that, to do something. So that's where this all came about. And I know that you weren't there, so you're probably thinking, geez almighty, what in the heck are we getting into? It's another option to go to a better way. It's not any different, in my opinion, of going paperless. Correct?
And if I'm not wrong, there was also, right at the kiosk or right where you enter, going to be where if you didn't have a phone, that had that capability, because we do have tribal members that maybe have limited data, or our staff that may have limited data, or not the phone that has that capability, or they don't want to download the app on their phone. You could also do it at the door. It's just faster if you do it on your phone before you get to work.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Member Palace?
I would just recommend maybe admin and Tribal Health can get together on this with the IT departments and maybe Misty, and come up with like a small proposal if this is what they're wanting to do to present to council, because I know there's going to be some privacy concerns with employees because they'll have to opt in order to even use the app. And then, of course, there's those questions on certain phones, you can only download so many apps and whatnot. So I would like to see, and they can probably show us what the app looks like, and, also maybe who's using them, like what companies, what tribes are using them, and how that's worked for them. And if that's really, I could see for the contract chasing, but I don't know that, we're large enough to really have to do that. But my concern would be the privacy concerns of employees and tribal members not wanting to, I mean, it's the whole Big Brother thing, right? We're talking about here, and there's a lot of people that I'm working on this with the census. Our tribal members are distrustful of the government and anything that's monitoring their activity. So if we're asking them to download an app, we're going to have some pushback.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, and I think I've said my piece, and so if it's already been decided, not a comment on what the councilwoman is saying, but just from my perspective, I missed the conversation. Otherwise, I'd have raised more hell then.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up, because that was not even on this paper. What we were talking about here are temperature kiosks and the ability to have face recognition, so that we don't necessarily have to write everybody's name down, what time you came in, what was your temperature. That would go into a software database system here in the office, and we would know what employees came in, what the temperature was, and we wouldn't have at least the need for them to sit there and write it. This app thing, I have no clue whether that's going to work better or not. I'll leave that up to the tribal leadership that's discussing it, and that sounds great.
Good job, George, with the hornet's nest.
Thank you, Ellsworth, for helping me out on that one a little
Moving
bit.
right along.
Yeah.
A question has come up since we're on this topic. And so as we're doing the temperature checks and the systematic checks, and we have SOPs for what we do when employees have a symptom, we refer them to the clinic. When a client comes in and they have a high temperature and they identify symptoms, we want to confirm with tribal council that we do not allow them in the building and that we refer them to go to the clinic. And we want confirmation that you're good with that and you're going to support that.
Yeah, it has to
Okay.
be done that way.
So the
Okay.
casino does have SOP on that, as well as the hotel, maybe that you
Could you
guys
get us a
maybe
copy?
can get a copy of?
Yes.
So you guys can refer to.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Then the final project that Troy wanted to update the tribal council, and I know that's not the proper name of it, but we keep calling it the Blue Church from the IT perspective. I know there's an address to it, but I apologize, I don't know what it is. There is no Ethernet, is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Cabling will need to be run throughout the building. Power will need to be run to the utility room for the server and network equipment. Since there are no offices, he will need a blueprint of how they intend to divide up the office space and create office space. And until that is done, he does not know how many drops and were to have them drop, cannot have this done anyway until early 2021. So that'll be an issue. Hunter cannot get the fiber installation done until early 2021 based on their current work schedule. And without these fiber workstations, we will not be able to connect to the internet or to servers. So that's a little bit of an issue, and so I'm hoping that the judge is listening or at least can get the information, but we're going to have to identify other funds, obviously, for that aspect of the program for the church. And just to clarify what we're trying to do there, Chairman, is purchasing that property, and I forget the address. 35601 South Chiloquin Boulevard. And my understanding, it's about 4 and some acres. Has a water well, but it has a beautiful building, which the judge could immediately start using for face-to-face hearings with proper physical and social distancing. So I think that we're justified in getting that purchase and getting that going. I think she can literally, in my opinion, start using it right away with some furniture and some other aspects in there. So that's the concept, that's the idea, and I'm really excited that the tribe gets to purchase some more land. Thank you.
Any questions or more questions, comments?
So they're looking for approval, right, for these projects?
No, I don't think it was just an update.
Okay.
Just an update.
Approval.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Do we know if Mark's on the phone? Mark Peter?
Mark, are you on the phone?
We probably put him to sleep. I could give a quick call, Secretary.
You're giving him a call?
Mm-hmm.
And then for councils, these 2 items from Mark were put out by email.
Yeah,
we
are
wanna-
you ready to join us, Mark? Okay, well, we're open and ready for you. Thank you. Yeah, Mark's calling in right immediately here. So you said instead of being on the flash drive, it's email from Mark Dirkley?
No, there was one from Joseph and one from me.
Okay.
One from me is the most recent.
Okay, what's the subject line then, just the,
I have no idea.
okay.
This is Mark.
Hello, Mark, we're ready for you now. Thanks for joining.
You bet. Okay, today I'm presenting 2 proposals requesting tribal council approval for the Aquatic Resources Department to apply for BIA funding. The first proposal is phase 2 of a groundwater and surface water trend in Klamath Marsh study. We received a grant from BIA last year to do phase 1. BIA proposals are for 1 year only, so each year, even though a project may be multi-year in duration, they require that we only apply 1 year at a time for this particular program. The groundwater surface water trend grant will be, the project will allow the Aquatic Resources Department to continue with our monitoring of the Klamath Marsh surface and subsurface water levels, precipitation and evapotranspiration for 1 year. The funds will support our hydrologist's salary for 1 year and the materials and supplies that he needs for the project. The specific request is for $93,020, and with that introduction, I just might also mention that the Klamath Marsh is kind of a high priority in terms of the Aquatic Resources Department monitoring activities. As you all know, the Klamath Marsh water levels have been extremely low for a long time, and the flow coming out of the marsh into the Williamson, Upper Williamson, has been very low for many years. And so there's a lot of interest in what is going on up there. Obviously, we are in kind of a drier climatic pattern, but there's also other factors that could be influencing that condition, including additional groundwater pumping, changes in the forest structure, resulting in less runoff of the landscape and greater surface water diversions. So anyway, that is my background on the project, and we'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Any questions, anyone? Okay, comment here from Member Dumont.
Thank you, Mark. We really appreciate all the good work that you guys are doing, and there's little that's more important than this research up there at the marsh. When I was reading the paperwork on it, I noticed that you all came in for a little bit of grief from Jana over deadlines, and I just wanted to acknowledge that that's coming from council and from me, so that she's not having to take responsibility for scolding you all for not getting things in on time.
Did you hear that? It's all Clay's fault.
Yeah. No, I apologize for putting you guys into a bind and having to review this at the last minute. And we'll always try to do better, and hopefully we can be more efficient with our processing of our grant proposals.
Thanks, Mark. Well, I entertain a motion to approve the proposal for the Phase 2 groundwater and surface water monitoring, if somebody is inclined. Okay, Member Lang, is there a second? Okay. Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, I count 5 here. Okay, those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? With 1 abstention, motion carries. Thanks, Mark. Okay, we're ready for the next one then.
Okay, the next proposal is also a BIA grant. It's titled Klamath Tribes In-Stream Flow Monitoring Support. This proposal would provide funding for 1 year operation of the water monitoring team, whose purpose is to monitor and protect the tribe's adjudicated in-stream water rights. The funds would support our water rights specialist, the aquatics technician, supervisor, and an additional aquatics technician. Basically, the Aquatics Resources Department survives on soft money grants. We don't have any base funding, so it's pretty important that we receive these grants. We have received almost annual grants to support our in-stream flow monitoring program, and so this is kind of a continuation of that, which would provide funding for our 3 staff members for the next year, basically to allow them to continue to monitor stream reaches, assist with OWRD in timely enforcement and regulations of the tribe's senior water rights, and coordinate on overall management of the water resources in the upper basin. So with that, I'll take any questions. The cost is $175,703.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions, comments? I think we're all pretty familiar with that program, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the budget request or the funding request for the water monitoring team. Okay, Member Lang with the motion, second by Member Pallas. So all those in favor signify by raising a hand. I think, Secretary, you're probably voting.
abstaining.
Oh, you're abstaining. Oh, yes, okay, so there's four. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. 2 abstentions. Motion carries. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, I did have a quick question. I was going to follow through, and I totally forgot about calling Stan about the Fish and Water Commission appointment. I don't know if you had an opportunity to talk to him. Do you have any feel for what his thoughts are about that?
He has a lot of interest and information on that and wants to discuss it at the next water meeting.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mark. Have a great day. Appreciate the great work.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thanks. Okay, is Roberta's not available?
Randy's.
Yeah, that's right.
And Roberta, are you
Oh, you're on the phone. Okay.
Yeah, Roberta's right here.
Okay, we've got that before us. Go ahead and lead us to, if you'd like, this to the HUD Indian Housing Plan.
Okay, the housing department is asking for permission of the housing department is asking for approval of our 2021 Indian Housing Plan. As you can see, that the first page is our cover page, giving all the information that HUD is requiring. With our limits, our physical amount of $1.4 million, that is the amount that we will be receiving for 2020. Then on the next page, what we'll have is your type of need, and those are the needs that we are showing to HUD that we are going to be, that's included in this plan as much as can be. And then underneath we have our other needs, which is the acquisition of a duplex, emergency shelter, and for housing. So we can, oh my God, what is this? It's for our 2 to 3 bedroom duplex, and also for the finishing of the construction of our fitness facility. Then under program plan benefits, this spells out everything that we are going to be doing within this plan. In the geographic distribution, it just says that we will be providing most of our services in Klamath County with the emergency assistance, and the $30,000 down payment assistance will help tribal members in the state of Oregon. Okay, then we go on to our programs, 2021.1, operations and maintenance of 1937 Act homes. What this is telling HUD is that we will be providing assistance for those homes that were spraying off the homes. And so we have to tell them how much we would put into about each home. And we have 10 of those homes, and we put in $3,000 because all those homes seem to be in pretty good shape. And in our 2021.2 housing management services, this is to provide management services for affordable housing, and this includes preparation of work specifications and management of affordable housing projects. So this here just tells us that we're going to serve low-income Native Americans for these different programs. And for this program, we have 166 because this here includes the servicing staffing that it includes our low rent houses and our rental certificates and the transition program. So it's basically it's basically for salaries and benefits. And so and it's not all staff, it's just some staff, like the rental coordinator program, that rental assistance coordinator. In the 2021.3 operation and maintenance of Nahazi units, this is for our low rent units that are not 1937 Act homes. So it's designed to provide the following activities: rent, routine and non-routine repairs and replacement of fixtures, equipment and or materials to ensure compliance for the HQS at the minimum and to help with work orders. So this is our maintenance staff. It includes their budget for their materials also. And at this time, we are doing 80 units because the other part are the 1937 Act homes, so we have to break those down. And then 2021.4 for preservation, this program will provide minor rehabs on a tribal member's primary home. The program will make the home more livable and preferences given to tribal elders. And we are saying that we are only going to be able to do one home, so that up to $15,000. Okay, 2021.5 rental assistance. This program provides affordable housing assistance for 70 low-income Native American families who choose to live in a privately owned home or apartment building with subsidized rent. This program will give participants the opportunity to live closer to jobs, schooling, and or in a neighborhood of their choice. This program allows participants to select a dwelling large enough to avoid overcrowding. And in this program, this is just the rental assistance that we pay to private landlords. And we are planning on doing 70 vouchers. 2021.6 housing services. This is to provide housing-related services for affordable housing, such as housing counseling in connection with rental or homeownership assistance, auditing activities related to the provisions of self-sufficiency services, and other services assisting owners, tenants, contractors, and other entities participating or seeking to participate in other housing activities pursuant to this section. Okay, and who will be assisted will be low-income Native American families at or below 80% of the median income. And again, this is we will serve 166 because this is the combination of our rental assistance and our low rent tenants. The Klamath 21.7, the Klamath Community Fitness Center. This here is to help. This is in here because we've had to extend our completion contract deadline. The facility is not going to be finished until April of 2021 due to COVID, so I had to put this back into our plan. So this is for the phase 2 of the multi-phase community building project, which will include construction of the facility, which will offer a gym, showers, lavatories, weight room, common room, and kitchen to serve the low and moderate income families of the Klamath tribes. The facility will be located by the Klamath Tribe Child Care Facility and is in walking distance of the tenants of the Klamath Tribe Housing Department. This here is a model activity, so this had to get approval from HUD again. But since it's been approved, they'll have no problem approving it again. And so in this one, we just did our budget of 1.5, well, I had to add 1.6 million, just as a contingency of, because the cost of materials have increased since COVID, and they're getting hard to get for the contractors. 2021.8 Emergency Housing Assistance. This program will provide a one-time grant payment to help tribal members who are facing eviction, foreclosure, or need help with a rental deposit. This program will not assist tribal members who are currently participating in any of the Klamath Tribes housing program. This program will assist Klamath tribal members in the state of Oregon. And then so we are saying that we are going to serve approximately, what's my number go? 15 households. And the way we come up with that number is we just kind of base it off of what we've done this year. So that number is starting to dwindle a little bit, so we went to 15. But if funding is available, we can always go over the 15. $2021.9 homeownership down payment assistance. The homeownership down payment assistance will provide a down payment for Native American families to purchase a home. Each recipient will be required to qualify for a private loan. The housing department will provide $30,000 debt payment at closing. And we cut this down to 3 tribal members, and this is for in the state of Oregon. It's due to the fact that we are only going to be receiving $1.4 million for 2021. But if funding is available, we can go over that number. 2021.10 elderly emergency repair. This program is for minor rehab on tribal elders' primary home. This program is for emergency repairs only. And with this, we said that we will be serving up to 2 tribal members, and the grant is up to $5,000 per home, if needed.
Roberta?
20, yeah?
This is Janie. What repairs would those include, may I ask?
It would be like a leaking, we could repair a roof, or broken windows, or a hot water heating, or if the plumbing breaks, that type of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, 2021.11 homeownership for the 55-acre development. This program gives tribal members the opportunity to become homeowners through a lease-to-own program. The housing department will construct the homes, and tribal members will make payments to the housing department. Your grantee must have a minimal level of income to fulfill the payment obligations of the agreement. The homes will be constructed on our 55-acre development. The project completion date is scheduled for early spring 2021 due to the COVID shutdown for local wildfires. Cost of materials have increased due to the COVID virus. We already have this contract going. And so what we will be doing is, I had to put it back in here because it's not completed in 2020. So I had to, the number of units to be completed will be 4. But what I saw was, somehow I manipulated their program and I didn't get the number 4 in there. And so I put 1.2 million for this program, just because to cover any increases that may come about. But yeah, I just don't know how that number 4, because it would show it was incomplete. But I will add that number 4 there, and we will have 4 homes completed next year.
Roberta, it's Clay. So I was the one that.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, I was asking about that, and the reason I was asking about it was because it wasn't clear to me if those were going to be 4 additional homes, or is that 1.25 to work on the homes that are already under construction?
It's to work on the homes that are already under construction.
So that's cost increases.
Yeah, it's not much of a cost increase. I think I had 1.1 million last year.
So it's not.
I just put it in, so I just put in the extra for a contingency.
Okay, so it's not an increase of 1.25, it's an increase of 249. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's just, yeah, it's not doubled or anything. It's just, yeah, this is the total cost allocated for it.
Thank you.
Okay, 2021.12, acquisition of an existing home as duplex or triplex. Okay, what do we want to do? The program is we would like to acquire one home for the low rent program, or a duplex or a triplex for an emergency shelter. We've actually been being able to find some duplexes lately, but Jared and I made an offer on one, but somebody outbid us again. But anyway, so this here, I put in a number of units as 3, just because, if we got a duplex, that's 1 unit, or 2 units, and then a home would be 3 units. And I put in a total amount of $600,000 for that.
So it's still a $300,000 house?
It could be, could or couldn't, it just depends, because the duplex we looked at was $250,000, or, 230,000, I'm sorry. But, yeah, it's just, we shop around pretty good. We're not just buying extravagant homes. But it could be up to $300,000. And that would probably be maybe a 3 to 4 bedroom home.
Does it say where, well, obviously the duplex, I don't know that there's any out here in the Chiloquin area, but does it specify where the single family dwelling is?
No, it just be in the service area of Klamath County. We've been looking up here in Chiloquin.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we're, I guess, ready to move on.
Okay, 2021.12, the Transition Rental Assistance Program. This program provides affordable housing assistance to 6 low-income Native Americans who recently completed prison or jail terms and who are transitioning back into mainstream society. So this program's been in existence. We've been working with behavioral health, and this is actually, we put number 6 down here just because we've been consistent with that. And I put only $500 in here just for the fact that we are still using our Meyer Memorial Grant. So that number 6 will probably, hopefully, be moving up here soon. And our Meyer Memorial Grant was extended into to the end of 2021.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then the next part is maintaining 1937 Act units, demolition and depositions. So in here, I just have to tell them that the Maintenance department, we currently employ a housing project manager, maintenance tech 1 and 2, and a maintenance worker groundskeeper. Then I have to tell them that the department's management maintenance program will ensure the availability of tribal housing developed, acquired through, and we will installing a systematic process consisting of regular and periodic inspections. We have a work order system, and we follow up with counseling and with strict enforcement of the lease and contract obligations. Then we're telling them that we will not have any housing demolished for 2021.
Hello, this is Ed Goodman.
Hey, Ed, we're just about finished with this item and should be, I can't believe it's
Okay.
3 o'clock already. But we're almost done
Okay.
here. So if you,
Okay, I'll go on mute.
okay, thanks.
Okay, then the funding, sources of funding. This is an estimated amount that I worked with Judy on that we say we're going to have at the beginning of the year of 2021. So this will be 4.7 million. That 1.436408 is the amount allocated for 2021, which gives us a total of 6,172,480. And we are saying we are going to be spending 5.249085 in 2021, which will leave us an unobligated amount of $923,395. The next line item is our Indian Housing Block Program income, which is the money we receive from rent. So what we're saying is we're going to have $150,000 at the end of 2020 to begin 2021. We estimated that we're going to collect $156,000 next year. And we're going to have a total of $306,000. And we are going to be using $121,810, which will leave us a balance of $184,190. And then we go on down to our non-federal funds, the $50,689. This here amount is our insurance payment that we got for that manufactured home that burnt. And we're saying we're going to be using that money in 2021. And so that will be zero. We're going to be using that. We have our manufactured home on order. And then we just got notice 2-3 weeks ago that our our manufactured home will not be delivered till February. So, and then the next section, this here is just everything that I read to you, our program description. The 2021, if you notice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the amount that I said we're going to spend on this project. And then you see the totals there at the bottom. And then the other part is the useful life. We have to tell HUD that we are anything money we spend on different programs, say our $30,000 down payment assistance, we have to say we are we put a lien on that for 5 years. And it's just right there. And then we have to do all this stuff with the not all this stuff, but we have to put a lien on the property for like 3 years for the elderly emergency repair. The preservation rehab, we have to put a lien for 3 years. Down payment assistance, it's 5. Okay, our model housing and over income activities. The housing department will complete construction of the youth fitness facility. The facility will have the gymnasium, locker rooms, and etc. The facility will be approximately 15,400 square feet. Tribal and other Indian preference. The Klamath tribe will give preference to Klamath tribal members. And we are not anticipating exceeding our allowed cap. APR. Does the tribe have an expanded formula area? No, we do not. In the Indian Housing Plan certification of compliance, we just go through and answer all of their questions. Yes, we are in accordance with that status of the, oh my gosh, let me get some water, I'm sorry. The Age Discrimination Act, we don't, recipient maintain adequate insurance on our housing units. Policies are in effect and available for review by HUD and the public governing the eligibility, admission, and occupancies of families. Policies are in effect for available for review by HUD and the public governing rent charges. Policies are in effect and are available for review. Then the next section is our tribally wage rate certification. Yes, we have tribally designated wage rate. And that brings us to the end. And so what I would like to do is get approval of tribal council to submit the Indian Housing Plan, and I would like to ask for the chairman's signature.
Great. Sue, I know that you've joined. Thank you for joining. We'll be, just stay muted and we'll bring you right on just shortly after we move with this action.
So we need to move forward.
Yeah, so let's move forward. Are there any questions or comments? I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Chairman, I know we have attorneys waiting, so I'll be quick. But Roberta, I want to say thank you for the work sessions that we've been having. I've been learning a lot, and I wanted to ask specifically about the, I guess it's 2021.3, the maintenance. I'd be interested in learning more about what typically happens. I certainly don't want to bother any families, folks that are living in the homes, but maybe when one of them is empty, and then like a before and after. I just really want to get more familiar with the quality of the homes and the kind of work that we're doing on them. So maybe I could talk to you later in the week about that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll talk about that when I get back in the office.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the HUD Indian Housing Plan as presented. Okay. Treasurer Hatcher, is there a second? Second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Count 5. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed. Abstentions? With 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you guys
Thank
very
you,
much.
Roberta.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ed Goodman and Sue Noe, for hanging out with us for a while we took care of that matter. The next agenda item is the Klamath Basin Adjudication Claim 33, and NARFA's been involved, and also Ed Goodman for Hofstrauss. And I believe that we were provided the memo, is that correct? Yeah, I think it says, does it say confidential memorandum? Is that the one? Yes. So, this is dealing, and we have only Klamath Tribal members in the room. We are live streaming and have Klamath Tribal members that are joined on the live stream. And that's through our members page, which they have to log in and show a password. So I'm assuming that we have only Klamath Tribal members in the room and online. But I know maybe we won't go a lot into different legal strategies, but this is a legal matter. So we can move forward. But this is to address a recommendation to support the Klamath Tribe's withdrawal of exception to the ACFOD's partial order of determination for the Hides Claim 33. And this can be a little bit complex, but I was just hoping we could summarize this. I just wanted to let the council members know that we addressed this in pretty significant detail at our water meeting, and have a recommendation from the water committee and those that have participated to take the recommendation that was provided for us. And so,
To support the U.S.'s withdrawal.
yeah, to support, yeah, the United States withdrawal. Did I say that wrong?
You said our withdrawal.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Yeah, the U.S. Is going to withdraw. We haven't been involved, so thanks for that correction. So I guess I'll turn it over. I didn't know how you wanted to proceed with Ed and Sue. I mean, there's implications on the adjudication, and of course, Ed has been involved with the Hydes stipulation matters. So I'll let you folks turn it over. I'm not sure if we have to cover a lot of ground, but since the Water Committee's been involved, but we really want to present this and bring the rest of the Tribal Council up to speed on this as much as we can. And so I'll turn it over to you folks, and I guess we'll open it up for questions along the way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Sue Noe. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. So we are going to be talking about legal strategy.
Yes.
And it's okay to do that? Okay.
Yes, it is.
So as the chairman explained, the issue before you right now is the tribe's position on this proposal from the United States to withdraw its exception to the Hydes determination of the Hydes water right in the adjudication. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, and as the chairman said, we prepared a memo, and our recommendation, the folks, Ed Goodman from Hofstrauss and Joe Tenorio and myself at NARF, our recommendation is that the tribe support the U.S.'s plan because we think it's in the best interest of the tribal water rights for the United States to withdraw that exception. I'm going to give just a brief background. We are talking about the Hyde water right claim, and that's claim 33 in the adjudication. It's a Walton right claim. And so the Hydes, filed their claim, and the U.S. and tribes opposed the claim because the water amount was greater than we thought was supported by the evidence. Those contests were resolved by a stipulation, which I'm sure you all know about. And this stipulation, in addition to resolving the Hydes water right, also had some other components, namely a conservation easement executed by the Hydes in favor of the tribe, a reduction of the Hydes' existing certificated water rights, a limitation on the Hydes' water use, that they wouldn't be allowed to use more than 50% of the natural flow of the Williamson River above the north boundary of their property, and a no-call provision, providing that so long as the Hydes met that 50% limitation, the tribes and U.S. would not make a call on the Hydes. So that was the stipulation that was entered into. And then in the adjudication, the partial order of determination for the Hydes claim that was issued by the Oregon Water Resources Department in the ACFOD did not include that no-call provision on the Hydes water rights. It did include the 50% limitation on the Hydes water use, but all the other provisions of the stipulation, the Oregon Water Resources Department said were not pertinent to a water right determination. So additional components were not included. For the stipulation to work as it was envisioned, it required OWRD to selectively enforce water rights so that the tribes could enforce their water rights on folks below the Hydes, but not have that impact the Hydes water use. But then when the Oregon Water Resources Department issued its determination, we learned that OWRD would not enforce selectively, and so at that time, the tribes and the Hydes and the U.S. Entered into some discussions about what to do about that situation, and ultimately no resolution was reached on that.
no agreement could be reached to kind of settle that situation. And so, as a placeholder, though, when exceptions to the water right determinations became due in October of 2014, to create a placeholder in case there would be some kind of resolution worked out with the Hydes, U.S. filed this exception to the Hydes water right determination. And so this is the exception now that the U.S. is looking at withdrawing. So Strauss prepared a series of memos in 2013 and 2015 about the stipulation and the different arguments that the tribes could make if we were ever involved in litigation on the validity of that stipulation, if it were to be enforced against the tribes. And then other tribal actions were, took place. At a general council meeting, the council passed a motion declaring the stipulation null and void because it wasn't approved in accordance with the current process and all that. But so now is the time in the adjudication. Like I said, it wasn't possible to work out any kind of resolution with the Hydes about that faulty stipulation. And Ed's going to talk about all the other litigation that's happened related to that stipulation. But in the adjudication, where the stipulation comes up is in two places. And it's in the U.S.'s exception to the Hydes Claim 33, and then it's in the Hydes exceptions to the tribal water rights in the Williamson River and Klamath Marsh pieces. So what we're looking at right now is just the Claim 33. So the Hydes themselves didn't file an exception to the Claim 33, so the only exception is the U.S. exception. And, because the partial order of determination for Claim 33 doesn't include the no-call provision, our recommendation is that it would be beneficial to the tribes for the U.S. to withdraw that exception, because if the U.S. pursues this exception, it means that the validity of the Hyde stipulation is going to be litigated. And, the Hofstraus memos indicated that, that we don't have really strong arguments there. So, because the no-call provision isn't in the Claim 33, and in that sense, we don't have to address the validity of the stipulation because the Hydes didn't raise it there. It seems that it would be beneficial not to go down that road. There are some, on some level, this decision that's before you today it seems more straightforward because it's hard to see much of an upside for the U.S. to leave that exception in place. And there is a significant downside. Now, the issues get more complicated later on, and Ed's going to talk about that. So not what we're looking at right here, but when it comes to what we're going to do when the Hydes exceptions in the Williamson River and Klamath Marsh cases, when those are up for for review by the circuit court, then we'll have some more decision making to take place. But for right now, we're just focused on the Hydes Claim 33, and as I said, because right now that the partial order of determination doesn't include the no-call provision, and the only way it could possibly get included in there is if the U.S. Pursues its exceptions, it seems the best approach would be for the U.S. to withdraw that exception. We anticipate that the Hydes are going to make some arguments. And it's possible, and Ed's going to talk about some of these outside the KBA, but within the KBA, when it comes time for the Hydes exceptions to the tribal water rights to be heard, it's possible that the Hydes may say, well, wait a minute, the U.S. withdrew its exception, that's not fair to Claim 33. If they had a problem with the validity of the stipulation, they should have raised it over there. It's not fair to us that they didn't raise it. But we have good arguments, we think, to address any of those kind of waiver arguments because, for one, the Heights themselves could have filed an exception. If they had a problem with the partial order of determination, they should have filed their own exception. But instead, they chose to address it in the context of the tribal water rights cases. And also, it doesn't make any sense, for the U.S. or for the U.S. to pursue its exception because as the partial order of determination is right now, it's only about the Hyde's water right. And, we don't have any objection to how their water right was determined in that partial order of determination. The parts of the stipulation that are objectionable aren't included in that. And so we think those arguments, should be strong arguments should the Hydes waive a waiver type argument against us. So I think that's the KBA part. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ed to talk about, we looked at the pros and cons. And let me say one more thing before I turn it over to Ed.
Yeah.
And that's, we also looked at which is better for the tribes, addressing this faulty, stipulation in the context of the Claim 33 proceedings or later in the context of the proceedings on the tribal water rights in conjunction with the Hydes exceptions. And within the KBA, the burden of proof is on the party who raises the exception. So in the Claim 33 context, the burden of proof is going to be on the U.S. to prove that the stipulation is invalid. And also that's going to be in the context where the focus is on the Hydes water right, the determination of their water right, and how unfair it might be to them that there's that 50% limitation on their water use from the stipulation, but there's no call, provision included there. So we think that's not the best posture for the tribes to have this issue of the validity of the stipulation come up. If we have to address it at all, and when we get to the tribal water rights cases, one approach is for us to argue that it's not appropriate to consider the stipulation there, because for one thing, it's not in the record in those cases. If the Hydes had a problem, they should have filed an exception to their own water right determination. But the other thing is, if we do have to address the validity of the stipulation, at least that would be in the context where, one, the burden of proof is going to be on the Hydes as the party who filed the exceptions, and two, the focus there will be will be on the tribal water right and injecting a limitation on the tribal water right that would have a profound impact on the water right, and it's something that the adjudicator didn't include. So we think that would be a better posture for us in trying to make these arguments if we ultimately do have to make them about the contractual arguments about the stipulation. And so with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Ed. Unless there are any questions about that part so far. Okay. I'll turn it over to Ed.
Great. And,
Thank you, Sue.
Ed, there's somebody that's not muted. I'm just going to encourage folks to mute if you're not on there, because we've been hearing a lot of extracurricular noise. I don't hear any right now at the moment, but please, all those that are listening in, please mute, except for Ed. Thank you, Ed.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. This is Ed Goodman. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker. Worked with Sue and Joe from NARF and prepared a memo, and just want to confirm that we are recommending that the tribe support the U.S. withdrawal of its exception to Claim 33 in the KBA. What I want to talk about briefly is our analysis of the potential impact of doing so outside the KBA. And that has to do with the arguments that the Hydes are making. Right now they're making them in a case called a petition for judicial review, which is up on appeal in the Oregon Court of Appeals. The Hydes are arguing that whether or not that language that Sue just referred to is part of the water right for Claim 33, that it represents a separate and freestanding contractual obligation on behalf of the tribes, the United States, and Oregon Water Resources Department. In other words, those parties made a contract with the Hydes not to make a call based on the agreements contained in that stipulation. At this point, our argument in response to that, as Sue mentioned, is that that's not a valid contract because of a number of what are called contractual defenses under contract law. There's, for example, no meeting of the minds, there was no consideration, etc. As Sue mentioned, did a detailed analysis of those arguments back in 2013 and 2015, and we think there's about a 50-50 chance of prevailing. The case law on that and the facts are somewhat muddled, and there's no way to guarantee that the tribes prevail on that contract argument. So at this point, avoiding the direct litigation of the validity of that agreement as a contract is in the tribe's interest. Now, the Hydes have been trying to litigate that in the petition for judicial review, the PJR, started in Marion County Circuit Court, up on appeal now. The tribes actually moved to dismiss that case because the tribes were not a party to that case, and we moved to dismiss on the grounds that the case couldn't go forward without the tribes being a party, because a case involving a contract has to involve the parties to that contract, and since the tribes are not a party and cannot be joined because they have immunity from suit, that case shouldn't proceed. The judge didn't agree with that argument and rejected our motion to dismiss, ultimately went on to hold that that was a valid contract and it was enforceable. That's up on appeal now before the Court of Appeals, where we expect a decision sometime soon, but we don't know when. The courts have been delayed because of COVID-19. What we are hoping comes out of that case is one of two outcomes. One is that the Court of Appeals agrees with our argument that the case should be dismissed because the tribe is an indispensable party, or in the alternative that the contract is invalid or not enforceable because the OWRD's arguments that it's not part of the water right. One of the things, though, that we had to argue in that case, when you're arguing that you're an indispensable party, is that the Hydes had another place to argue that issue, and they had an adequate forum. And we said the Hydes had an adequate forum because the issue is going to be taken up in the KBA, and we specifically pointed to the exceptions filed by the United States against the Hyde claim and the exceptions filed by the Hydes against the tribe's claim. So if the exception to the Hyde claim is taken away, the Hydes could say, well, we didn't have the opportunity to litigate that in an adequate forum, so that that argument has to go away on the tribe's behalf. We don't think that's of much concern at this point because the Hydes still have their exception, and they had the ability to file an exception against their own claim. The adequate forum argument doesn't mean you filed something, it just means you had the forum there. The fact that you didn't make the argument in that forum, for whatever reason, can't be held against the party that's seeking to have the case dismissed. But what is also of concern that we had to think about is, okay, what if the Hydes ultimately succeed in their contract argument? What if the Oregon Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court rule in the Hydes' favor and say, yes, this is an enforceable contract no matter what happens in the KBA? And so we want to make sure that the tribe still could raise the contract validity challenge in some other forum, and you have to look at whether the tribes not participating in this case somehow would prevent them from bringing that issue up somewhere else. We did the research on it. We determined that the non-participation in the Hydes petition for judicial review case wouldn't block the tribes from bringing a new case challenging that issue. The other question is, well, what if what if the issue is raised after the KBA and the Hydes and the tribe's successful in keeping the Hydes from arguing the case in the KBA. And we ultimately think that too would not prevent the tribes from raising that argument, but we don't have to make that decision right now. We can look into that more. At this point, we think that simply having the U.S. withdraw its exceptions still protects the tribe in raising that argument, either in the tribal claim exceptions or potentially elsewhere, if the Supreme Court or the Oregon Court of Appeals rules in the Hydes' favor. So at this point, that's the only decision we have to make. We may have to revisit that when we get down the road. Hopefully we'll have more information from the Court of Appeals at that point, and we'd have another recommendation for you at that point as to what to do about the Hydes exceptions and the tribal claims. But at this point, we don't see that there's much risk in having the U.S. withdraw its exceptions, and it has a lot more upside than potential downside. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? I know that's a lot for folks to digest, but yeah, I think this was discussed in pretty significant detail with tribal council members and our legal staff, along with the others that have been a part of the water team that have been participating, and everyone voiced their support of the recommendation and concur. We wanted to communicate with the federal team that we would concur with their withdrawal of Claim 33 exception for all the reasons that are listed. And just wanted to inform our members that may be listening in, as complex and difficult as these matters are, there's been full discussion and batting back and forth of the pros and cons. And the water team came away with a recommendation to the tribal council to support the recommendation. So with that, I would entertain a motion that the tribes concur with the U.S. withdrawal of Claim 33, and that our staff, our legal staff, would inform the Klamath tribes of our position.
I'd make that motion.
Okay, motion by Member Dumont. Is there a second? Okay, Member Lang. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising a hand. There's 5 here. Okay, those opposed, the same, with no opposition and abstentions. My abstention. The motion carries 5-0-1. So thank you, Sue. Ed, thanks for keeping us abreast of these and matters, and thanks for the real helpful memo in joining us today.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I guess we can
Thank
pass the motion on. Secretary Frost will forward that motion to you by email, and you could forward that on to the federal folks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, now we're down to Vice Chairwoman's report. I know Gail will join us later when we have a discussion about the Fish and Water Commission appointment at the at-large members' reports later today. Is there anything else, Vice Chair, you'd like to bring forth at this time?
No, I don't have anything. I just need to get that Fish Commission appointment taken care of. That's it.
Okay, great. Okay, we're down to Secretary's report. We've got several groups of minutes and poll votes to confirm. So we have the September 9th. We'll start with those meetings. And Secretary, I'll turn it over to you at this point.
Okay, we'll review the September 4th Tribal Council meeting.
That noise does sound like it's coming from the phone, doesn't it?
It wasn't on until the phone came on.
Yeah, that's really strange.
Some of that's not.
Sorry, September 4th?
September 4th.
We need like a rising thing, something span and still work.
Yeah. I got a lot of sleep last night, but I feel tired.
So Roberta, on the first page,
Okay.
in number 1, 1, 2, 3 lines from the bottom of that first paragraph, purchase of 2.
14 seat.
Yeah, I think I'd write out 2, just so people don't think we bought 214 vans.
214. Okay. And it was cheap too. Uh-huh. I'm gonna take the capitalization off of the last sentence in one program.
On page 2, number 3, Michelle Carson oversees the transit program that oversees the Quail Trail. Oversees,
Yeah, 2 overseas.
how about supervises the transit program?
Okay. How do I, is it 2 L's? What was it?
It was the court's typos in their document.
Oh.
It was COVID and it was already approved. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I make enough mistakes on my own. I don't need any help.
So, on page 4, number 6, second sentence, no, third sentence, has decided that this year not to do, I take out the word that, has decided this year not to do.
How about to forego an event?
Works.
How do you spell forego? Okay. It's not giving me a. An event due to the limitations on gatherings due to COVID. How about forego holding an in-person event?
Let's put it like you're gonna hold it the rest
Probably not, but I'll take it.
we're on page 4.
So now it reads, has decided this year to forego holding an in-person event due to the limitations on gatherings due to COVID. Is that too many dues?
Yeah, it's still okay.
On same page, number 7.
Uh-huh.
The very last word, observe, should we put the follow or observe? Some type of protocols to observe.
To have some type of protocols. To follow? Is that what you said, to follow?
That's what I was.
Okay. Sounds good. So we're gonna get 216 passenger vans, because there's 2 more here.
Good job.
Yeah.
On page 5, number 10,
Okay.
this proposal is the USFWS is proposing. This proposal is,
I must have been way tired.
for Fish and Wildlife to provide? What if we just took out is proposing?
Okay.
You'll have to put this proposal in between is and the, you'll have to put a for.
Is
This-
for.
Yeah.
So, after SICAN, the project will install?
Sure.
Would either be. I know that Mark said this about the cattle has already been removed and they're trying more measures to prevent the erosion, but I don't know if I need to include that in there because that makes the sentence kind of clunky. Do you think, Clay?
You know what? I don't worry about it. If people can read it and it makes sense, then
Okay.
I'm not worried about style points.
Last sentence of the discussion of 10, where Councilmember Palace, I'm going to put, she would like to see a before and after report for those projects that have been completed instead of these.
Yep.
In the chairman's report on A, instructed members to show their tribal ID, which is all they have a right to ask. Should I put, which is all state enforcement?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Should I identify who they is?
Yes.
State or county enforcement?
Yeah.
About that as well. We've had concerns about inappropriate actions by enforcement officials. We should probably also state that it's not our enforcement officials. Because I can see somebody really blowing out on it.
So state and county, again?
Can we say dumping and squatters out in the woods? If you get that turned around, that would really be bad. Squatting and dumping. Yeah, illegal trash dumping.
Okay.
And squatters out in the woods.
Because he's doing it. Katie's seeing Don all over out there. Illegal dumping and I didn't know what else to put for.
Squatters?
Squatters?
Yeah,
Squatters.
but that would probably be better. That's pretty good. I don't know, I think squatters might be pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, my God.
That's entertaining though, when you're kind of rummy from the day.
When you're tired, everything's funny. Out in the woods. The council wants to encourage that you be safe. Okay. I never did send out the water usage recording form. I do have it. So I need to get that out. So it's the lower, is it the lower refuge? Is that what it's called? Do I need to identify in B?
Oh, yeah, yeah, they call it, is it Tule Lake Refuge? Oh, no, there's Tule Lake and Lower Klamath, I guess.
Lower Klamath?
I was just laughing about nothing and squatting.
So Chairman, I make a motion to approve the 9/4/20 minutes with the corrections.
Okay, motion by member Dumont, second by member Palace. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, 4. Those opposed? 0 abstentions? With mine and secretary's abstention, motion carries. Okay, we'll be looking at the September 23rd minutes.
So on page 3, number 5, after the bold is to provide additional resources, contactless telehealth centers, as well as Is there supposed to be a period in there, or what?
This project, should I say this project is to provide, because we're talking about the Scales project?
Is to provide additional resources, but I was after the,
Contact lists.
should there be a period after resources, I guess, or contactless telecenters as well as providing their, okay, you know what, if you just put a full colon after the word resources, I think it'll do it.
A full colon?
Yeah. Since it's after lunch.
All health centers as well as providing wraparound services.
After lunch, the style points don't really count that much.
No, because I got a full colon.
Oh, I get it. Oh, jeez. I thought my jokes were bad. Gosh, Clay.
That's what led to the other problem.
Oh, yeah. Gosh.
Folks listening in probably can't hear all the silly chatter. That's probably good, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching this go through minutes is like watching paint dry, I think. Or water boil.
If it's, I can send them out as soon as I get them done.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want to look at them prior to this, then it would, yeah.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
That might be helpful, because it's hard at the end of the day to look through stuff.
Yeah, that's true. It usually is at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, that would work, Secretary. Thank you.
I'm just removing the bold in the middle of page 4. That's just discussion or explanation.
Okay. And at the top of the page, there, stream flow of the spring on the property, something like that. Remember that discussion. Because I
On the
know there's,
property?
yeah. Because I know there's more than 1 cubic foot per second of the cycan that goes through there.
Okay. Caught that.
So on page 6, in number 10,
Mhm.
Tribal Member Technology Project,
Mhm.
the request for technology assistance, I'd change has to have.
You know what I find interesting about that?
it doesn't square.
No, between the month, the month prior, we just looked at those minutes.
Uh-huh.
And this one here, there was 1,186 increase in applications, 1 month ago.
Uh-huh.
And in those 1,186 new applications, only 30 new
Uh-huh.
applications for technology was
Uh-huh.
1,186 new proposals and only 38 technology. I'm thinking that they really are not realistic. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So looking at those numbers, thinking, well, there's no trend there at all.
Yeah.
They're almost sort of like a whole separate fund down for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
Yeah, because there'd be, yeah. Yeah.
Of 32, there were 32 requests out of those 11.
Yeah.
And was it, 700 requests, 700 requests after that?
It was, we didn't get a report from her last time, but she, we did.
We're all kind of on the spot and roll, and they've got iPads, and then they get it, drive through distribution. And I was like, that's what we should.
No,
Wow.
That would've been a
sure
lot
that we
easier.
could have done them out.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think we should have drive to the out area people, but having like 3 different, you know.
I know we're gonna provide technical assistance too, I think, to folks. But that's still, you could handle it out that way, provide assistance.
Should I, on page 7, on 13, I just put not, NTE for not to exceed, but I'm not sure that that's clear.
Yeah, you might as well spell it out.
Is not to, should I just put, is not to exceed 10 hours a week?
Yeah, I think that works.
Oh.
10 hours per week.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was coming through the
It's
pieces.
coming through, yeah, because I turned this down and it's still going.
Yeah, so there's some kind of, I don't know if there's some kind of signal processing that's kicking in or something.
Someone's tapped in here. Oh, I need to, what kind of do you up with them?
I just got a spotlight.
Oh, ring, okay.
But it's the spotlight.
Yeah.
Not that.
Taking the bold off of page, top of page 9 in the discussion. Anything in that portion? Clay? Okay.
It's under 5, your report.
Does that look good?
So Chairman, I make a motion to accept the minutes of September 23rd, 2020 as corrected.
Sure.
Second.
Okay. Member Dumont made the motion, second by Member Lang. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Count 4 here. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions. Mine and Secretary's abstention, motion carries. (10-1) and then 10-14.
We're tired. There's an extra space in the count on page 1, so I'm taking that out. A mutiny.
See how you did as soon as you came on.
Okay, I'm taking the bold out on item 3, the discussion about approval for equipment.
Okay.
On page 4, the top paragraph, second sentence, the United U.S. is considered withdrawn there. It would just say it's withdrawn its stipulation.
Okay.
That's what we're back upon.
Okay. That's, yeah, that's like on my last nerve. That white noise.
Yeah, that's like when we sleep again. There's actually after you can play for babies, it's best playing for babies. It goes right out.
Really?
All
No.
of a sudden, yeah, it's out like.
You recognized her call?
So, are we good on that one for the 10
I think so. So I entertain a motion to approve, but unless you have something else there, Clay.
What's a contactless center? Purchasing the property to house the contactless center.
Where you're, they come in and they get on like a Zoom screen instead of, I think that's what,
Yeah.
I think it tries it out.
So with there was just some minor corrections, but I'd entertain a motion to approve the October 1st minutes with the corrections noted. Okay. Treasurer Hatcher, is there a second? Okay, Member Lund. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 4. Okay, those opposed? 0. Abstentions? 2 abstentions, the motion carries. it's a series of poll votes.
Yeah, it's a series of poll votes. Let me close these before I lose my changes. So we had poll votes for the declaration of the state of emergency for the 242 fire. A poll vote for the setting up the bank account to receive donations for the 242 fire. A poll vote approving the $10,000 donation from Crater Lake Junction Travel Center to go into that donation fund. We approved the interim emergency procurement policy. And then to provide the enrollment list to the reentry program. So I'm asking for ratification of those poll votes.
Someone like to make a motion to ratify the poll votes as presented? Okay. Treasurer Hatcher, second. Okay, Member Dula. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 4. Those opposed? 0 abstentions. 2. Motion carries. Okay. No treasurer's report, correct, Brandy? Okay. So that leaves us to the at-large members' reports, Census 2020. Willa?
So I reported last a couple of weeks ago, and that was before our original update. So a couple of weeks ago, they were trying to end it on September 30th, and several organizations had filed suit against the Trump administration to try to extend it. And so that got approved by a lower level court. And then yesterday, the Supreme Court decided that they would accept the Trump administration's appeal, which means that they can move ahead with the deadline. And they set that deadline for tomorrow, and they just set this last night. So everybody in Census 2020 world is kind of scrambling, and everybody's pretty upset because, you know, this is going to really contribute to the undercount and the inequity, you know, throughout the country, and especially in our communities, such as tribes and rural communities. So we have until tomorrow. If anybody has not done their census yet, please go online and do it. We will be helping. Jeanette will be on site, I think, all day tomorrow helping, and we're going to see what we can do. Jeanette is here, and she's going to just tell us a little bit on what she's been working on. We still have some events planned. We are getting more of the T-shirts that everybody's been asking about, and we're going to be hosting maybe a couple of appreciation events or thank you events. I don't know if that's going to be a dinner or what it will entail yet, because we haven't actually planned it, because we just found this out like 3 o'clock this morning. So it's been pretty. It's been a struggle with this, with the deadline bouncing up and down, but we've worked really hard, and I just want to thank our team and our staff, especially Jeanette and Taylor. They've really stepped up and helped us promote the census. So Jeanette can just share some of the hard work she's been doing. She's been doing a tremendous job, and I just want to thank her for everything. And I'm going to miss, she will still be here around the office, but she'll be off the census project here soon, but I'll miss working with her and thank her. So there should be a mic up there.
Yeah, there's a wireless mic, Jeanette. Thank you.
I think you can just talk into it. I think it's on.
We've done like the community outreach stuff, like 3 or 4 dinners this month. I went around today, we delivered to 27 elders, like we got stuff together, delivered to them with the ones that were with the meal site. So I follow Colin around today, and we ordered some nice stuff like lanyards, masks, towels. I give the ladies an umbrella and a robe, and the guys a blanket, a nice blanket. Gift cards if they haven't got one. They were really happy to get that. But we're still doing our raffle for the employees. So I was just gonna send out an email saying tomorrow is the last day. and we'll probably get that done here next week. But yeah, I don't have all the numbers on me, but like the dinners, we were giving like 300 away. Talking to the cars, seeing if they'd done their census. Most of them I knew that did.
Good dinners, too.
Yeah, I could get numbers for you next time. Laura.
Yeah, we could do a closeout report.
Yeah.
Which is going to be sooner than we thought.
Yeah. Any questions?
So.
No questions. Well, thank you, Jeanette, for your hard work, and Willa, and all those others that have pulled together to try to make these events happen and encourage people to fill out the census. And, you know, I know we have a lot more people that participated this time because of everybody's efforts, and it's just a shame it wasn't extended. But one thing we can do is vote. I'm going to encourage everybody to vote, and I'm not going to encourage you to vote for Biden. I'm certainly not going to encourage you to vote for Trump.
So we'll probably do a closeout report. I would think probably the first week in November, just to kind of report on how everything went, and then we'll hear again from the census in January once they complete the enumeration. We'll get our true count, because the way it looks right now, we're only sitting at about 38%, and that's because they only count reservation land. And the way our tribe is set up, it's kind of confusing. So they have some things that aren't actually housing, like the research center, for example, that's listed as a tribal house, so that's being reported as 0 residents. So there's a lot of stuff like that that's really messing with the Klamath tribe's results, and that's something we're going to have to try to work on between now and the 2030 census, is getting those boundary. It's called the Boundary and Annex Survey, and I know Jared Hall started working on it a little while ago, but we had missed the deadline, which I think was 2 years ago, and it got sent to somebody that didn't even work here anymore. So it just fell through the cracks, and nobody ever caught wind of it until recently. And Jared really pulled through and tried to do some work on it, but that won't take place until the next census. We can get that, and hopefully we'll have more reservation land by then. But since people can list the Klamath tribe as their affiliation, we will see those numbers in January. So it'll be kind of exciting to see how that comes back and how that changes numbers for the tribe. So that's my update. Thank you.
Good job, you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, we have some NAGPRA matters that Clay would like to inform us on.
Yeah, just one real fast. I reported last time that the notice of inventory completion had been finished up, and we approved that, so it's back at National NAGPRA now. Hasn't been published yet, but it's in the queue to get published. And I wanted to make a plea, if there's anybody still listening, we have room on the NAGPRA committee. Really want to get some help. We have these 14 ancestors that are going to be coming back, and it would be nice to have some kind of plan for how to care for them and what kind of reburial to do to take to general council, so that we have something to present that we've had our committees to take a look at. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Clay. And Vice Chair, I'm assuming you're still on the Klamath River Intertribal Fish and Water Commission appointment. I guess we're looking for an alternate, potentially a staff person, but would you like to lead us through, Vice Chair? Are you still on, Gail, or muted? Okay, well, I know that we are going to discuss this matter with staff on our water meeting on Monday. We are thinking it'd be appropriate to have a staff person there to participate as the alternate, and Vice Chair Hatcher will stay on. Currently, I guess the position is president. Is that what she said it was last time? But she basically runs the Klamath River Intertribal Fish and Water Commission meetings. And we're looking to provide an alternate, someone with a technical background on fisheries-related issues impacting the Klamath River watershed, and also to provide for a local additional check signer, so it'd be a little bit to administer the checks for payment for the project work and other matters. So we'll take that up in our water committee meeting Monday. Vice Chair, I'm assuming, will attend there, but we'll bring her up to speed and come forth with a recommendation as to who to appoint. So I think that's it for the day, folks. Thanks for hanging out with us all day and getting through this. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay, Member Lang, is there a second? Okay. Treasurer, all those in favor of adjourning at 4:19, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentioned. So we're adjourned. Thanks for joining us today, Joe. Thanks for hanging out with us. Members, thanks for joining us today. Feel free to call us if you have any questions or concerns about any matters. Of course, we're available. Our numbers are available on the website, and we really want to do our best to keep you informed on any of these matters. So thank you. Have a great day, everybody.